Thank you so much for 4 months, dude. Thank you. What is good? We are not tasting tanks. I don't own a rhino, so I can't taste it. If I owned a rhino, I would put it in my mouth. Thank you for the 80 stream streak, Flan. Thank you. Hi, Dreadnought. Hi, Danny. That's like... Wait. Shit, fuck. I do own a tank. Fuck! Oh, that means I gotta put the tank together so I can taste it. Oh, no! Wait. I think I do? I do! I own a Chaos Rhino! Ah! Is it too late to put in my March mini? Yeah, it is, Sykes, but you can put in an April mini for this month. Listen, okay, maybe. No, it's not that I've forgotten how many minis I own, it's that it's in a box. We've gotten reports of illicit goobering at your address. We're gonna need to bring you in. Oh no. Oh no, what was it, officer? Was it when I put the noise marine in my mouth? Well, what did I do? I feel like we listened to this song recently. We gotta listen to another song. Let's listen to American Boy. Oh, I forgot that it's freaking Kanye West, though. Oh, but Estelle's so good on this track. No! Why did it have to be Kanye? No. Not to get down. Just a down in London town. I forgot it was Kanye. All the floor seats. Like to see. Baby, I'd love to see LA. Really want you. Come kick it with you. You'll be my American boy. My sister. Nice to meet you. I'm trying to find another song. I'm sorry. It's just such a good song. Oh my gosh. This is my favorite, like, very demure, very relaxing. We've gotten reports to listen to Kanye West. I'm so sorry. It was mainly Estelle I was there for. Rather be at home all by myself, not in this room with people who don't even care about my well-being. And don't dance, don't ask. I don't need a boyfriend and no bag. Please enjoy the party. I'll be here. This is like, what is this? This is like the I'm Not Like Other Girls song. Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. Okay. A little unimpressed with this, an antisocial pessimist. Don't mess with this, but you know you need only the best, and your intention's not to bother me, but honestly I'd rather be somewhere in the get and just listen to some music. Big dreams are big plans to take over the planet. Oh my god, please look at what I don't know why it's like this. Hold on. I'm trying to hit F1. There we go. I opened VTube Studio and this is what I looked like. Why am I this small? Why am I so tiny? VTube Studio. Excuse me? I didn't make myself this small. Excuse me? This is not what I requested. People are gonna be like, where's Mae? Where's Mae?
True to life-sized Mae.
You guys have seen how tall I am. You can't keep making the joke that I'm 4'11". I'm 4'3" now? How did I get shorter? How did you make me shorter? What is going on? Clearly you're 2'8". You're all so inaccurate. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on here. We should make a new t-shirt today. What t-shirt do you think we should make today? Lore accurate no. 1, 2. No, Thor, I'm gonna time you out for that. Maybe you live in a tiny house. My house is actually it's so big. It's like the biggest house ever. And that's because my dad's good at saving for retirement. And he is teaching me to save for retirement. I ate crawfish. I ate so much crawfish this weekend that my thumbnail came off. Sigmund!
Hey, you're getting rated be normal.
Johnny took you for a joyride? I need to play some more Cyberpunk. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm gonna play some Cyberpunk, and then I'm gonna start the next,
Happy birthday, you 4'5" icon.
I'm going to unmod you again. Also, hello Raiders, my name is Gremlin Mae, I'm a variety VTuber, and I do whatever makes my ADHD go burr, and today we're learning about tasting history. I've watched some of Max Miller's stuff before. I always want to call him Mac Miller. That is not Mac Miller, that's Max Miller. We're also going to be talking about my Not a Subathon. Yeah. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna be having a great time. I'm excited. I ate so much crawfish this weekend. I got to see my cousin. She and I are gonna go get our nails done. I'm so pumped. I forgot you can just be like friends with your relatives. How crazy is that? She doesn't live that far away from me. And when I was sitting there with her and her husband and her small child. Literally everyone there my age has a child. I'm like literally the only one without a child. And I was like, oh, but I got to hold a bunch of babies and I got to touch some baby toes. Dude, the toes on a 14-month-old are the cutest thing. She had some chunky feet, dude. Oh, she had some chunky feet. Anyway, I was sitting there next to my cousin and her husband, and somebody was talking to my cousin, and her husband looked over at her, and oh my god, may love like that find me. He still looks like her. He still looks at her like she is the only person in the whole wide world. I mean, you can just see the freaking love in his eyes. It's crazy. And they're so cute together. They're just like really cute people, and they're really cute together, and they made a really cute baby. And that's just so nice. And hopefully I'll get to see that baby some more. It was a good baby. Just a good baby all around. So, yeah, the little babies in their little toes is crazy. Like, who let them be like that? All right, I'm tired of being small. I wasn't even supposed to be using this model today, but I guess I am. Let me come down here. Come here. I'm coming. Come here. Okay. That's too close to the camera. Okay, we're better. Apparently my throat's feeling weird today. Looks like Mae wants uppies. Do not touch me. She's climbed up on her step stool to look into the camera. Hello, small child, are you lost? No, I haven't had to wear one of those backpack leashes in months, okay? I can take care of myself. Mae gently shaking the baby. This is a fine baby. Quality baby. She ate, the little baby ate so many of those like freeze-dried freeze-dried yogurt things. She was stuffing them into her mouth, dude. It was great. I was thinking about patting her and being like, you could fit so many yogurt puffs in this bad boy. Oh yeah, I mean, she eats constantly. And then I bought a watermelon from a man on the side of the road. It's a really good watermelon. It's like peak watermelon, dude. If you don't like watermelon, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to you and yours. Yeah, thank you so much again for the raid, Sigmund. I'm so sorry. My ADHD is running hard. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope that you have a good dinner. And raiders, I hope you'll stick around, but if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. Mae and the baby same height? No, the baby was so tiny, but I did lay on the blanket with the baby. I was like, you got a great setup, little baby. Watermelon or fruits, right? Yeah. Watermelon's so good. And it's watermelon. Yeah, I guess. Is it watermelon season? Wow. So this is the very beginning of the watermelon season here. It says that it starts in April and May, but it March and April, but it runs May through September with the peak months being June, July, and August. Watermelon! Oranges are great. Are they full-size oranges? I'm a cutie girl myself. But every time I do, I keep thinking I've got a mouthful of spit and I'm upset. Excuse me? What? I'm sorry, what kind of watermelons are you eating, my dude? Hey, I wasn't able to watch streams because of studying electronic engineering. What did I miss? I learned about tanks. But I've been gone the last 2 days, so if you were not here the last 2 days, I wasn't here either, so that's totally fine. I hope that your studying went well. And thank you so much for 3 months. It is weird. It says you subscribed for 6 months at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 3 months. But I don't quite know what that means. Did you subscribe 3 months in advance or 3 months in a row? I still don't. I guess it's a 3-month streak. Huh. Why are we tasting a history, baby? No. Hi, how are you, dude? I hope you're doing good, Corette. Oh. Are you good if I give you an artist tag on on Twitch? Would you be uncomfy with that, or? Thank you. Okay, cool. Boink. Sick. I think it's so crazy. They only give you 5 of those. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Thank you. Ooh, and thank you for that bet. How did I like T2? What is a T2? Oh, Terminator 2. Thank you. It's the goober model. It's the it's like silly goobers model on VGen. Terminator 2 was fun. I feel like I wasn't in much of an action mood, which is fine. I still thought it was like good, but it wasn't really like my vibe, I guess. I don't know. I had driven like 3 hours yesterday and I didn't sleep well the night before, and I don't know. Of course, my dude, I got you. Thank you for the 80s stream streak, Ahmed. Thank you. There's a new VGen model out. Let me see if I can find it. That's so cute. And I had to stop myself from buying it for no reason. I bookmarked it. It's a customizable EP cat. It's just a sleepy little guy. Yeah, Tasting History with Max Miller. Let me show you this EP little guy. He's so EP. Look. You can make him look like however you want. It's only $20. It's got its own head pat thing. You can have a little keyboard. It's so cute. And it's just so adorable. They've even got a version of my little head symbol on there. The artist added tail sizes. Oh, now you can have a little knob. Hi, Grid. I don't know. I'm really thinking about getting it. I don't need another silly little model, but it's an EP boy. Look at him. I could be that little EP boy. I could be this little guy. Oh, a fox one would be so good. I mean, they sold 170 of them. I assume it's, you know, fairly lucrative for them to do it, but it probably was a lot of work. Also, I wanted to talk about our not a subathon. Okay, so it's not a subathon because there's no timer, so don't call it a subathon. Ignore the fact that I call it a subathon. This is happening in the month of May. You may be like, May's away. It's not, okay? It's like right around the corner, okay? And we gotta oh, bye, Cora. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. I'll see you later. Okay, so the way that I'm thinking about doing this is just the easiest way that my brain works. Is I was just gonna have every dollar is a point. So like every time a dollar is spent on me, whether I get the dollar or not, I'll try. I'm sorry. I know. How are we halfway through April? But like every dollar spent on me is a point. It's that simple. It's that easy. And then the points count towards our goals. So these are the goals I've got right now. Oh, bye, Gorette. I'm actually going to be debuting my retexture of the model. We're just calling it a model debut on May 1st with Corette's design, and I'm so psyched about it. It's going to be really great and amazing and fun. They slayed, they killed, so good. Okay, so here are the goals that we're going for. A karaoke stream, not a scuff this time. So I'll try to make sure that there's a correct delay so I'm synced up with the music. And then I'll have a little bit of reverb. And maybe I'll try a few songs without the backing track, but that's really difficult for me. I can't, like, I don't know how people sing without other people singing. Does that make sense? I don't know. We had a long discussion about this last time with the karaoke stream because I was like, I can't sing unless somebody else is singing. I'm sorry, brother. Otherwise, I'm really bad at carrying the tune. I can't carry the tune very well. And then the next one is like, you guys get to choose my next Warhammer book. I was thinking that might be a fun one. Like, you get to choose one of my in-between books for the Eisenhorn series. We'll just have like a little vote based on the books that have been recommended to me so far. Please don't pick a really awful one. Don't make me read Graham McNeil. But like, you know, you would get to choose. Then maybe like a community Darktide game day. A workout stream. I think that'd be fun. Here, I'll zoom in for you guys. A Warhammer fanfic reading stream, not like fan stories, specifically fanfic. So, and then maybe while I'm eating spicy noodles at the same time. Hi, Free. Just a reminder, please do not tag me. That's just for mods. You're welcome to say, you're welcome to use my name, but please do not at me in the chat. That is listed in our rules down below. Just as a reminder. Yeah. So, the fanfic reading stream. Chat chooses my next lore obsession, so you guys get to choose like a fandom, so people can put them up for a vote, and I'll go learn a bunch of lore about that fandom. Then I teach chat crochet. I was thinking I could teach you guys how to do crochet. Somebody asked, can you teach me to crochet? It would be, I don't think I can read spicy stories, but it would be funny to read spicy stories while eating spicy noodles. Then one is just, I'll watch the sad cyberpunk anime. I'll do it. Another one is making the coaster sweater that we talked about last time. I don't know if you guys remember that one. I play Fortnite. Real simple. I play ARAM on stream with chat. I cosplay as me, Gremlin Mae. I'll get ears and everything. I'll get the freaking fox ears. I'll get the fox ears. I'll get the fox tail. I'll be a fox. Then a chat pet rating stream. Hi, Kyrie. Then this is one of my faves. We never finished playing Hush Hush all the way through with spicy mode on, but playing a spicy game on Discord, that means they're going to be showing their private parts in whatever game I'm playing. Okay, I think that one would be fun. Crowd Control RimWorld. Also, if you guys have suggestions for any of these, I'm taking suggestions. These are all just like basic ideas that I'm throwing at the wall right now as I try to figure this out. Then we got a painted and signed model giveaway. I'll paint and sign a Space Marine. Replay Mass Effect 1, which is objectively the hardest Mass Effect to play. I think it would be very funny to try to drive the car. What's crowd control for RimWorld? You guys can basically spawn stuff into the world. It makes it more challenging, but you guys can also help me. Yeah. The next one is I do e-girl makeup live on stream. Next one, I shave my head live on stream. I need to shave it anyway for my V cosplay, but I'll do it live on stream. Which means then afterwards I have to take a break from stream to go take a shower, because if any of that hair stays in my body for longer than a minute, I will scream. Chat chooses my next commission. It's been a while since I played it. It definitely is the hardest one. Chat chooses my Necron dynasty. So you guys could pick what dynasty I paint my Necrons in. I think that would be super fun for us to like kind of crowd control that. Bean Boozled, and then this would be probably pretty low down. Instead of having a punishment wheel, because I think trying to think of only punishments would be difficult. What's your favorite dynasty? I think having a punishment wheel would be, I don't know, coming up with that many punishments. Dynasty's nuts. Whoa! All right. Thank you for the 3 stream streak, Quoven. Thank you. New Gremlin just dropped. The stimulus wheel would be, it would not just have punishments. It would be anything in my brain, anything that would be ADHD stimulus. So maybe it's get up and walk on my tippy toes for 30 seconds, or eat a Bean Boozled, or I don't know, get a new toothpick. We're probably gonna have a Natura Pine counter in the corner to see how many Natura Pine toothpicks I consume in an entire month. I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be really exciting. Then one of them is bedtime stories for chat video. I will record an entire book reading for you guys. I will like go hardcore trying to make this an actually good audiobook. It'll be a shorter one, obviously, because I've never done this before. And it'll be some kind of copyright-free science fiction. So it makes it so much better how we can hear you typing purposefully before we see the title go through. Yeah. Hi, Phantom. There's just no TTRPG that's actually geared towards chat. Like, that's one of the things that I wish I was... Like, I've thought about it. It's really, really difficult to create a TTRPG that has a meaningful interaction with chat, no matter your chat size. It's just, like, it's really hard. You can do, like, TTS. I've seen that done with, that guy that made his chat into mech pilots. I mean, I was just gonna do a regular book. I'm not sure, like, are you talking about in, like, don't do the bedtime stories for chat video, or is this a completely different idea? Sorry, I feel like there's a huge delay on chat today. Oh, no, we are not on the chat picks and incentive. Chat chooses nail design. Now we're on to chat picks an incentive. That would be at the time. You're good. You're good. At the, like, we would get to that point and you guys would pick an incentive. People would submit incentives and then we would vote on them. So, that's not a right now thing. Yeah. Oh, I put chat chooses nail design twice. Then a wine ant stream, where I drink wine for the first time in 5 years. About 5 years. I just have a glass of wine with chat, and we yap. Yeah, these are our not a subathon goals, because it's not a subathon. There's no timer. I think that's what's required for it to be a subathon. I'm just gonna stream every day in May, and you can't stop me. You can't pay me money to stop streaming. Although I did think about that being one of the things, which was just May takes a break. That one seemed funny to me. And then maybe gummy plus game. The problem is I don't live in a state with that, so I'd have to use expired gummies. So let's make that one May takes a break. Then May X Johnny art. Alright? It's me and Johnny kissing. I get art of me and Johnny kissing. That's it. It's that easy. It is a silly gummy. That's it. Yep. Me and Johnny art. And you guys, you guys would get to, I mean, I don't know why I'm making this a goal and not just getting it myself, but I kind of thought it'd be funny. You know? Yeah, no problem. I assume today's gonna be a pretty chill day. Um, so then we got Goth Girl cosplay, a Jared Q&A, You Laugh, You Lose, which I've never done one of those before. I'm pretty good at staying straight-faced. And then I get a mascot model designed and made for you guys. I draw us new Pepe emotes. I think that's what they're called. The little ones that are like shy and shit. You know what I'm talking about, where I think it works if I just type in shy. They're like 7TV emotes. Then I'd have to figure out how to do a Sister of Battle cosplay. It would probably have to be Repentia, because I don't know how to do armor. Yeah, it's that one, shy. And then the last one is I Learned Magic the Gathering. Harp has offered to teach me how to play Magic the Gathering. So, yeah. If you guys have any ideas that you want me to possibly put on the incentive, this is like 33, 34 different ones. I mean, like, we're not gonna have all these probably. I'm just gonna be putting in the best ones that I like, because I have on my little template, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 16 spaces, and then I have an extra page for stretch goals. One of the goals is basically if we hit some absurd number, then we'll make it an actual subathon with a timer. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I can't if you guys have suggestions in the Discord, we have a place to put that. Please don't put them here because I won't remember them. And I don't want to commit to writing them down right now. It's right here. It says month of May. It's in the suggestions box. So. Oh, you're good. You're fine. I hadn't said that yet. I just wanted to let you know. That this is, like, if you want me to take your suggestion seriously, put them here. Because I need to go through this document and, like, see which ones seem like the most fun to me, and which ones I would definitely be down to do. Things like the cosplay as Gremlin Mae, that costs a little bit of money, but that's okay. That's not a huge deal. And like, I already have Mass Effect 1. One of the big things that I try to keep in mind with these is I don't want these goals to make me spend money, because the money that we make from the subathon is going to go towards stuff for the stream, like possibly getting a custom model made, as well as just like my living costs each month. This is kind of my way of hopefully getting ahead for the year, so that if we have slower months, I don't have to worry as much, just because this is like my whole income. So if that means like streaming a little bit more during 1 month and like putting my whole gremlinussy into it, I'm down to do that, dude. And I want to make it a super fun time for you guys. I've already got a collab lined up, one of hopefully many to come. Drea and I are gonna be doing Fake Hammer. I need to. I'm going to email Bricky's like business email to ask about doing the Fake Hammer stream. So we'll see how that goes. He may just say, "Hey kid, you sound really fucking weird, and I've heard you're down bad for me, so no," which it would be totally fine. But I'm gonna at least shoot my shot on playing a TTRPG with him, so we'll see. We'll see. Also, I really have to go to the restroom. If you could just, the commissions will cost money, though, I think, unless you have an... Oh, yeah, they'll cost money, but there's only 2 commissions in here. There's the Mayx Johnny art, which may not even make it, and then there's Chat Chooses my next commission. So that's only 2. I know a lot of people will have like 3D model, 2D model, 3.0 design. Like, you got to be really careful The cost of each resort. Okay, this is free. This is about $20. Free, 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 free. This costs like $90, maybe $120. This is probably one of the more expensive ones. We'll bold that. It costs money. You guys may just choose Infinite and the Divine, so that may not cost me any money. Painted and signed model giveaway. I'm going to be painting and signing a model I already have, so that's free. Chat chooses next commission will cost money. I don't know how much a Bean Boozled costs, but I think it's like $20. The nail design will cost like $75. The Mayx Johnny art will probably cost $120 to $150. The Goth Girl cosplay will cost the cost of the wig and a new palette. And then this is going to cost me my heart and soul. So that's pretty good. I don't know how much this would cost. This is a real big question mark. I have no idea. Oh yeah, the mascot model. That would probably also be $120. Okay, so everything's under about $200, which is good. Let's say this costs $120. Let's bump it to $150. And then let's say I keep this commission under $100. We could probably do Hawari. He does under $100. I love his work. This is like, let's say $30. This is $75. You know, we actually need a spreadsheet. Let's say this is $100. Wow, you're right. I'm glad I added this up. Crusader Kings Europa Universalis. That's going to be on our schedule. So we'll have to figure out our schedule. That's going to be a different combo. Do people not? Sorry, I'm not going to rag on Lightcore. Thank you, Captain, for the 55 stream streak. Oh. Point breakdown's very different. So this is kind of the suggested point breakdown. You go from 5 to 500. I don't know. This is one of the things that I'm not sure about, because this is meant for subs only. And I just ragged on you, Lightcore. This is meant for, like, if you're just doing subs. So these are points, not subs. So it'd be like 5 points. Okay. I did! You're the second person to ask what do the numbers mean, Mason? And I'm like, what do you mean? It's a subathon. You have goals. You try to hit the goals. Have you guys never seen a subathon? Forlorn! Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. You've contributed to our PP size. Thank you. Our Partner Plus. I appreciate it. No, actually. Really? I guess I forget, like, I'm the first VTuber a lot of you have interacted with. I've never seen a subathon. What is Twitch.tv? Oh, Lightcore, don't give me that. Gotta have a good PP, it's true. Okay, the thing is, like, I was thinking, I don't know, I don't want to, like, overshoot it, you know? But last time we did it on the 500 subs thing, we almost got 500 subs. That was when I was at, like, half my CCV, but I don't want to, like, I don't want to undershoot it, but also, that's why I built so many incentives. So what we might do is, so we'll layer the incentives, so, like, the things that cost money go much further down. 200 to 300. Also, I know most people do this behind the scenes, but like I try to be transparent with you guys about like how this stuff works behind the scenes for me. Because I don't want you to be like, why did Mae do this way? That's really weird. This is gonna cost probably $50. Because I'm also gonna need to get goth girl clothes. I don't have goth girl clothes. I want one of those little skirts with the little chains on them. Oh, that's okay. The first VTuber. It's like those things from back in the day where you watch TV and between the shows you had to listen to someone talk about the importance of donations and the camera would cut to a bunch of bored people in front of telephones. Wow. That I don't know if that was so mean of you. I can't believe that you would say that I'm like that. How dare you? I'm not a boring person on a telephone. I am gonna get nail design done anyway, but I think we could do press-on nails. I haven't figured out how to make them fit on my hands yet, but we can figure that out, I believe. Okay, so these are the things that cost money. We're definitely gonna have to get rid of a few of them because I don't have that much money. I think the coaster sweater is still so funny. I would pay that. I think the mascot model might have to be like a big incentive. Like this might be our really big one. The question is like, do you guys, maybe we just do a mascot design? I know you guys are like, oh, but Mae, technically every point is $1. No, it's $1 spent. So like donos go directly to me, but I also pay taxes on that. The only thing that is a true one-to-one is the thrown gifts, because I don't pay taxes on those. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Make sure to remember when converting it from subs to points that subs are 6 points since they cost $6. It says that? Question mark? What are you talking about? Oh, I think you may have read this incorrectly. This is not saying that that's 5 points. This is the goal. Which is totally, dude. Are they still? Oh, that's such a good question. I don't even, oh, were they that day only? Oh, I'm gonna fucking scream if that's true. It's this week only. I don't know when this week ends, but they are still up. Probably ends Wednesday? Okay. I thought about it. It may be better to just make the squares and then sew these onto the squares so the neoprene mat is not holding the weight. It would mean using more yarn, but I think that'd be okay. That means I could pre-do the squares here on Twitch if we wanted. I don't know. Are you guys interested in doing a crochet stream where I just crochet for like 8 hours straight and yap? Like, does that sound fun to you guys? We could theoretically even like crochet while doing reacts because that takes 0 brain power from me. Cool. I mean, I am legitimately willing to teach you guys if anyone wants to learn. Okay, so I think mascot design we could bump down to like $100 if we just want to get the mascot designed. That's a just chatting stream with more crochet. It is true. Yeah, good. Any character you got planned for Crusader Kings? Oh, okay. We moved from, hey Mae, you might like Crusader Kings, to when are you playing Crusader Kings? Also, shout out to the Giga Chad who dropped a Zephyr order last night that was insane. I don't know who decided to spend their tax returns last night, But holy schmoly, brother. You're gonna be eating good. I'm excited for you. CK3 stream soon? You guys move fast. How do I know? So I get an email that basically says like, holy shit? Hello? Dylan! Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Oh, Zierden got one! Oh, that's so fun. Thank you. Thank you, Dylan. I really appreciate it, dude. That was really sweet of you. CK3 is so last week. Guys, May is going to be playing Neopets for real, for real. Wait. I know what we got to make one of these. I finally give old school RuneScape another try after getting killed in the wilderness as a small child. Okay. You have to pay in? What do you mean? What are you paying in? I don't know. How much does RuneScape cost? One of the goals should be #free the possum. I finally ban strawberry possum forever. No, I'm just kidding. It's make possum a mod. Okay, I make straw possum a mod against their will. Okay. I love how much we talk about possum and they're just not here most of the time. At least until the last day. Yeah. Well, the crazy thing is like that would mean that possum gets the mute power. Hi Simon. The ability to just like absolutely shut me the fuck up. I'm thinking, okay, so this is a cost I'm gonna pay outside of stream. I want to pay the $75, as stupid as it may sound. I would like to get my nails done. It's like a really, because I don't know. Harp, I don't know how much money I might spend on this stupid game, okay? There's like questions about if it's gonna cost me my dignity. There's questions about if it's gonna cost me my swagger. If it's gonna, how much push it's gonna cost me. Like there's so many questions about the cost of playing Magic the Gathering and I just don't have answers, okay? I don't know what it'll cost in the end for me to learn to play Magic the Gathering, you know? Oh, well the first taste is free. Okay. So I guess we can take that off here. That was more of a joke one. So I'm going to pay for that one anyway. Our Activate Stimulus Wheel is kind of its own separate thing. It's more the Bean Boozled. The next commission, I don't think will cost that. I think we would be going closer for a $50 commission. I think I may just take this one off and get that myself someday. Which gets us down to about 200, 275... 300, 350, 450. Which means, well, this one I'm paying for anyway, so it would be closer to like 375. I would be okay with spending that amount of the subathon money on stuff for the subathon. The not a subathon. I already have tabletop sim. Thanks. It's not a subathon. It's okay, Harp. What do you mean? How is this girl math? What do you mean? How is this girl math? Okay? I mean, yes, I'm getting the nail design anyway. It's not, do not say happy subathon. We're not having a subathon. It's not a subathon. There's no timer. I add a timer past the month of May. There. We can make it into a subathon. No, it's not my birthday. A subathon by any other metric is still a subathon? There's no timer.
Happy birthday.
Nichols. Why? No, what? Did you guys hear Sykkuno got canceled? Have you heard that all day when you've been following people? He did! Isn't that crazy? You don't know who Sykkuno is. You're kidding me. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Dylan.
Nerd.
Thank you, Nichols. I appreciate it. You do! I'm telling you, you know who fucking Sykkuno is. Everyone knows who Sykkuno is. Everybody knows who he is. You've seen him do his little thing, okay? No, what is happening?
Raise the timer.
Nichols? No, raise it! There's no timer! There's no timer! What are you talking about? Okay.
They get a catch. That's all they need. Stuff from Sykkuno. Can I tell you, behind the scenes of Sykkuno? I would love that. He bought some dodgeballs every night.
Okay, let me just, what's his most popular clip?
Young man, what's your name?
My name's Sykkuno.
Are you serious?
And I'm here to beat up Lily. I practiced all night to beat Lily.
If I lose, I'll uninstall.
He's like really good
got
friends with
staggered
Lily
jab
Pichu, or
pressure?
was.
This Sykkuno guy's not
Timer,
bad.
I hardly know her.
Oh, the 1-1-2.
It's okay.
He dropped the combo.
If they get a catch, that's all they need. Stuff from Sykkuno. Can I tell
He
you,
was-
behind the scenes of
Hello? He was really big.
Oh my god, we're jumping! I got caught in the animation.
Other way.
What the? Yo, we're fine. Run. Christ.
Are you still alive?
Oh no, I'm dead. I'm so dead.
Yeah, you wish.
Oh my god. I'm alive. Jesus Christ.
That was so lucky.
I remember him mostly in his league days, but I mostly know everyone from their league days. I don't know. Hi, Oni. Anyway, he cheated on his girlfriend a bunch. He told a bunch of smaller VTubers. Bricky's the one person I don't know from his league days. He told a bunch of women that he was very single, and then he slept with some of them who were smaller VTubers, and then like he was in a relationship the whole time. He was like messaging them, sexting with them, etc. And then bada boom, there's a Muujin video on it, okay? There's a Muujin video. Everyone knows who this guy is. Shows me the most. He was pulling Northern Lion numbers for a while. He's in the Ludwig. He's in the Lily Pichu sphere, okay? If you know the Lily Pichu sphere, then you'll know Sykkuno. If you know the Lily Pichu sphere, you know the Michael Reeves sphere. If you know the Michael Reeves sphere, who is Northern Lion? Have I taught you nothing? You don't know the Lily Pichu sphere? My God, I've taught you guys literally nothing over the years. Do you not know the Library of Letternu? He had the Peloton arc! You've gotta be kidding me. You've gotta be kidding me. He went through a second puberty. He learned that his daughter could read on stream. He had the food poisoning saga. What Peloto arc? I know Northern Lion is your favorite streamer's favorite streamer. He is my favorite streamer. He's Letterbox Larry. He's the reason I'm obsessed with Detroit Become Human. I don't try to be chronically online. It's just like I've been plugged into the internet for so long. I only know of Sykkuno because I really like Lily Pichu and I like Michael Reeves and they're really cute together. And so I kind of keep up with them, you know, just like on a sort of keeping up with them basis, because I also think of like Lily Pichu as being in like the Valkyrie, like Imaru, Pokimane sphere of things. Catapult, excuse me? I'm not parasocial about them. Guys, I touched grass for years. I don't, like, watch their videos. I just kind of keep up with them via shorts. Oh.
The power was out nearby my house recently. I mean, like, during all this heat. And every time I hear the power's out, I'm like, do not let this shit die, please.
Yeah.
In here, man.
Dude, sorry.
Oh, no, you went back. Oh my god.
I didn't have the hops necessary.
Okay.
Yeah. Here, 3, 2, 1.
I'm always wary of telling people when my power goes out because like
they can look it up.
Well, yeah, sometimes BC Hydro's like there's an outage affecting like these 3 houses, and then they post like a Google Maps with like a red square around it. Like,
Yeah.
It's like this is where you should send your hunter-killer drones to.
At some point last year, there was a bad thunderstorm, and I was just like there was a bad strike of lightning. I was like, holy shit, that was crazy. And someone in chat was like, they just said like the.
That's Northern Lion. That's Northern Lion with 2 people. That's Justin. Black Flag. I don't know those guys.
Me teaches me who VTubers are.
None of these people are VTubers. None of these people are VTubers. Like, okay, this is like super easy. Okay, this is Lily Pichu. Lily Pichu got her start in League of Legends. This is Michael Reeves right here. Michael Reeves makes videos that make your brain explode a little bit. And then that's Valkyrie. And then, let's see. Oh, I forgot Shifter's kind of in that sphere. Disguised Toast, Skara, who was in the League era. Obviously, I know who Michael Reeves is. Oh, okay, obviously you know who Michael Reeves is. All right. Well, Northern Lion's wife is now a VTuber, Lovely Momo. That is true. He is also, there's, Northern Lion Fauna. So Fauna, I don't know who Fauna is. I do know she's a VTuber. And she watches Northern Lion, and it was like a big thing. And then I guess, of course, Giga knows who Northern Lion is. Because Giga's goated, and I don't keep up with any of these people. Fauna was Hololive, so big. Oh, no longer? Wait. Nimmy Nightmare? That's so cool. She graduated a little bit ago. See, I don't know anything about VTubers. Ask me in a week, dude. I don't care. Like, look at, this is my front page. It's Wolfie VGC, the man with the, oh, and he's collabing with Alpharad. Look at that. Hank Green explaining Artemis 2, Northern Lion, other VTubers that I keep up with, productivity playlists, Chibidoki, that's required for every VTuber's front page, other VTubers, workout stuff, Cat Jazz, Markiplier, Muujin, Adeptus Ridiculous and Pancreas, workout stuff. I don't know what this is. I don't even watch I didn't watch Project Hail Mary. More Northern Lion. Whatever they push on the front page anyway. True facts about geckos from Zay Frank. from 11 days ago. I haven't thought about Zay Frank in so long. You can't just skip past bug music? Which one's bug music? Which one's freaking bug music? First video. Oh yeah, 1 hour of silly tunes for bugs and little creatures, okay? You guys can look that up if you want. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I listen to music for tiny bugs. This is about a cat that's fat, loud, and very opinionated. Here's the Plant Slant, love that guy. Synthwave and Cyberpunk. Of course, the League of Legends stuff that I randomly watch. Oh my gosh, we're in an ad break. Just a sec, I'll be back in approximately 1 hour plus ads. I'm not a little bug, sometimes I listen to music for little bugs. That doesn't mean I'm a little bug. Okay? I'm jamming to the music of, okay, not my people, but, okay, but click it. It's such a bop, dude. They're gonna make me revenue share on YouTube now, but it's such a fucking bop. I don't even want to move right now, but I have to. Okay, I'm a tiny bug. I'm a little bug. I admit it. I'm just a little bug. I'm small and I'm sitting on a leaf. I'm streaming to you live from a tiny leaf. Okay, I finally admitted it. Is this what you wanted?
Weren't we tasting history today?
Yeah, but we do an hour after before. Always an hour. I gotta go pee. I'm terrifying? What kind of bug do you guys think I'd be? I think... We gotta take a bug quiz, but I have to go to the bathroom. Listen to this stupid bug music while I go to the bathroom. How do you like to spend your free time? Hold on, we gotta turn the bug music down just a little bit. Travel, chill by water, sleep in day, party at night, play music, go dancing, spend time with family, or sunbathing. I think I like chilling by the water. What do you like to wear? Mostly dark colors. What's your favorite smell? Flowers, fresh water, fruit, grass, soil, anything sweet. Fresh water's hard to beat. How do you prefer to get your food? All you can eat buffets, fast food, make it to go, love juice bars, go to a salad bar, order takeaway, then eat it at home, street food markets. Out of these, street food markets. Do you have any interesting table manners? A huge appetite, eating on the move, a liquid-only diet, cutting food into tiny pieces, swishing food around my mouth, or drinking through a reusable straw. I love drinking through a reusable straw. What is your dream job? Gardener, pilot, nurse, astronomer, trampolinist, teacher, actor, athlete. I think out of all these, actor. Okay, if I could have a superpower or special ability, what would it be? Protection from enemies, super sight, night vision, escape artist, super strength, enhanced intelligence, shape-shifting, or super speed. Oh man, that's a hard one. I think I'd want to have a Giga Chad brain. I'm a bee! I'm a bee! I'm a bee! Everyone shut up, I'm a bee! I don't know if I haven't seen too many bee VTubers. The Humble Bumble strikes again. Well, you are a queen. Thank you. I'm gonna go lay a million eggs. I'll kiss you guys later. Bye. I'm just kidding. We're watching videos. All right, we're gonna be watching not bug music. I know, disappointing, but we're gonna be watching Tasting History with Max Miller. I don't know which ones we should watch first, so I just pulled up his most popular. So I don't know. I feel like the Wild West Saloons one might be fun. I'm sorry you missed the silly bug music. I'm sorry. It was quite the bop. The Wild West Saloons. So I think we're gonna do that one.
Whenever you see an Old West saloon in a TV show or a movie, they're always drinking, but they're never eating. But people did eat at Old West saloons. Not only did they eat, but often the lunch was free. And that free lunch could be anything from a sandwich to oysters to a big bowl of the classic cowboy dish, pork and beans. So thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video as we see what it was like to eat in an Old West saloon. This time on Tasting History.
He's a pretty man.
Today I am in the old mining town, the old ghost town of Cerro Gordo, which is in California, right off of Death Valley. Back in the late 19th and early 20th century, it was home to miners working in the...
I gotta say thank you for the 95 stream streak, Jaybird. Thank you so much. Oh, hi, Decca.
Nearby silver, lead, and zinc mines. So, of course, it included several saloons.
Sorry, I just saw y'all's watering.
Water the miners when they came down from trying to find their fortune. Now, whether you were in a big city like San Francisco or a small mining town like Cerro Gordo, when you walked into a saloon, you could expect a drink and you could almost always expect some food. Now, what that food was really ran the gamut. They had like fancy French cuisine with French chefs in a lot of these places, even in small towns. But then some saloons had, you know, pickled eggs and pretzels, just like you would find in many bars today. But George Ade, when he was writing in, I believe, the 1930s, he was writing about the saloons that he remembered when he was young. And he said, right in the center of the soiled table cover, you might have found a bowl of baked beans, and alongside of it, a glass of troubled water, and in the glass were...
Wait, is that the mine that Corridor Digital 3D mapped? What? Wait a second. Oh, that is who I thought it was. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Something happened in like the last 6 months. They had somebody on. Ah. Freaking who was it? Maybe this isn't, no, they used to watch their React stuff. Where they reacted to things. Do you guys know anything about Corridor Digital? Because I used to subscribe to their website, and then they had somebody on their, like, show, and I remember I was like, oh, that's a weird person to have on. Yeah. Cause they partnered with Black Rifle Coffee Co. And then they had a bunch of collaborations with Garand Thumb. It's on Corridor Crew. Ah. Yeah, no, I love Adam Savage. He's great. Really cool guy. Yeah, no, they've collabed with him multiple times. I was like, you're an ant? Well, you're such a hard worker, Phoenix. That makes sense. I like the Corridor Crew, but there was something on there where I was like, oh, okay. Oh. Oh yeah. That's a little. Yeah, they keep collabing with him. And I remember I like watched one of their videos and looked down in the comments and people were like, "Why are you collabing with this guy?" Yada yada yada. And I was like, "Who is this guy?" Anyway, yeah, sorry, I got so distracted. Cuz I was like, "Oh, I know that I stopped watching Corridor Crew, but I couldn't remember why." So that makes sense. Have they been doing stuff with AI? Like generative AI, which is so crazy because they're so like they work so hard on making their own stuff. That's wild to me. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean, I just like, I remembered they existed and I was like, that's weird. You think they pulled back on it? Oh. Generative? I believe they've been doing stuff with generative AI. All right, back to the video. Sorry.
Immersed several forks which, the evidence indicated, had been used in hoisting beans. So the baked beans I'm making, the troubled water with utensils in it, which is basically dirty water that people have been using the utensils over and over. I'm not doing that because that's gross. Now I found lots and lots of recipes for baked beans, but since saloons were making these foods for profit, I figured I would use the recipe from Cooking for Profit, which was produced with the restaurants and saloons of the Old West in mind. It was originally published in the San Francisco Hotel Gazette in 1886 and says baked pork and beans. Wash and pick over a large heaping cupful of navy beans and steep them in water overnight. Put them on next morning with fresh water to more than cover and baking soda the size of a bean and let boil about an hour. Then carry them to the sink, pour all in a...
Using baking soda the size of a bean as your measurement is so good.
Colander, letting the water run away and put back into the saucepan with cold water enough to come up to a level. Boil again and in a few minutes they will be soft. Season with a little salt and a tablespoon of molasses. Put them into 4-pint bowls or tin pans, lay an ounce of salt pork on each and bake half an hour. Very simple. I actually found some even simpler recipes that are literally just pork and beans. Nothing else, no molasses or even salt. Then I found some really complicated ones that have cayenne and onion and lots of other seasonings. So if you want to add more seasoning, by all means do so. But for me, I'm following the recipe and starting with 1 1/4 cup of navy beans, 4 ounces of salt pork, scored and then cut into 4 slices, a pinch of baking soda, a teaspoon of salt, and 1 tablespoon of molasses. So first, take the beans and cover them with water and let them sit overnight. You can also rinse your pork at this time if you're using salt pork, which can be hard to find, so you can also use bacon, which you don't need to rinse, but if you're using salt pork, you want to rinse it a couple times. Put it in water, let it sit for about an hour, then dump it out, add more water, let it sit because it is really, really salty. Now once the beans are soaked...
Okay, is salt pork literally just pork that's been salted for preservation?
There shouldn't be any water left. They should have soaked up pretty much all of the water. If there is any water, dump it out. Otherwise, put them into a pot and sprinkle with the baking soda and add fresh water, just enough to cover them, plus about a 1/2 inch. Now
really
here
good,
we
though.
have a decision to make because every other recipe that I found for pork and beans has you add the pork at this point. But this recipe doesn't have you add the pork until it's baking. The problem with that is the pork will not be cooked, and it needs to be cooked. So I'm guessing the recipe author just skipped that step or missed that step or has the pork cooked elsewhere, you know, like on a skillet. I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and add mine now because it is going to also add some much needed flavor. So add it to the beans and let the pot come to a boil and then set the lid on and let the beans cook for 1 hour. And every once in a while, lift the lid and try to skim off any of the scum, but
what is the scum?
Leave it for an hour. At that
Wait,
point,
no, what is
strain
that?
the water
Whoa,
out
hold
of
on,
the beans.
Max, we skipped over what's the scum? What is that? What is the scum? Does anybody know what the scum is? You got dragonfly. It's scum? Well, that's... Oh, well, okay. It's fat. Ah, okay. Got it. It's coming off the pork.
Then add some cold water just enough to be level with the beans and bring it to a boil until they're nice and soft. This should take about 10 minutes. Then remove the pork and add the salt and molasses
That's a lot
and
of
stir
salt.
them into the beans to coat them. Now this recipe has you putting it into 4 different dishes because it's meant to be served to, you know, different people like at a restaurant. But at a saloon, it would have often just been on the free lunch table, one big old pot, so I'm just putting them into one big tin dish. So once the beans are in the dish, set the pork on top and place the whole thing in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 Celsius for a half hour. Now saloons in the Old West, especially in a small town like Cerro Gordo, were so much more than just a watering hole. As the first building that often went up, a saloon might also act as the courtroom, a barber shop, the town hall, the undertaker's parlor, or even a church should a pastor come through. But on the daily, it was for food and drink. So other than baked beans, what might you expect to get when walking into an Old West saloon?
I actually don't know how you clarify butter.
So the exact definition of a saloon is kind of up for debate. One definition is any place that serves food and drink but makes most of their money through the drink. Historically, that definition doesn't always work, but for our purposes, it works. Now, as towns grew up around the American West, the saloon was often the first building to go up. At first, it was usually nothing more than a tent with a few tables and chairs, a place to wet your whistle. And it was only after the town began to establish itself that they would build a more permanent structure with wooden floors, a polished bar, and of course, bat-wing doors. And yes, those swinging saloon doors were real. It's not just a thing from the movies. At least after the 1870s, once the hinge that lets it do that was invented, many saloons had those bat-wing doors. They're called bat-wings because they look like bat wings. But behind those bat-wing doors, they would have normal doors that could be closed in case it's cold or whatever. One of the reasons for those bat-wing doors was to let the smoke out, people were always smoking, and to let fresh, cool air in, kind of create a breeze if you opened up a window. But also, it was at the height that if children were passing by, they couldn't look in and see all the drinking and gambling going on.
LMAO.
And there was always drinking and gambling going on. Now, as far as gambling goes, the most popular games were poker and faro. Faro isn't really played much today, but in the 19th century it was often played more than poker because more people could play at once, the odds were better than most games of chance, and it had very simple rules, and it was easy to follow along. Which is always a benefit if you have been drinking heavily, and many people were, at least in a decent saloon, drinking heavily. So what exactly were they drinking? Well, one of the most popular drinks, at least when it came to spirits, was whiskey. And there were two types of whiskey usually available: the good stuff and the less than good stuff. The good stuff was usually the stuff that was bottled back east or else in other countries, like Old Forester bourbon or Dewar's Scotch, and it usually came with a labeled bottle. The not so great stuff was usually produced and bottled out back, and usually it didn't have an actual name. People would give it wonderful names, though, like coffin varnish, cactus juice, sheep dip, tarantula juice, firewater, rot gut, or any number of colorful appellations. These were usually locally distilled neutral grain spirits that were flavored with coffee, chilies, or tobacco and spiked with ingredients like strychnine, turpentine, or sulfuric acid to give it some kick. Basically, if it was the taste you were after, then you...
They put rat poison in it? May, have you finished your rot gut? Babe, you've hardly touched your rot gut. Is something wrong? It made it spicy? Yeah. Put some hair on your chest. They used arsenic and paint.
You get the good stuff and you paid for the privilege. But if it was just the effect that mattered, then take the rot gut and you'll get the same effect, if not better, at half the price. Now, if neither of those drinks tickled your fancy, then most saloons would offer beer and champagne. Yes, champagne. Champagne was actually far more common in the Old West than you might think today. Even here in Cerro Gordo, lots of champagne bottles were found. And one reason was because you could water down whiskey or beer or pretty much whatever. But when you heard a champagne bottle pop, you knew it was champagne.
Yeah, but it's only champagne if it's from the Champagne region of France. It's only rot gut if it's from the rot gut region of France. Alcohol is poison. That's crazy. That's why I don't tend to drink it.
Now, one thing I find really interesting about the whiskey and the other hard liquors is today the bartender pours you the drink. You're at their mercy of how much you get. But back in the Old West...
You know what I need right now? I need something to go along with this. I'm gonna crack open a cinnamon natura pine. I gotta get like a little thing, you know? Me and the boys gonna take a cheeky trip into town for some tarantula juice. Welcome on in, Rob. Oh, well, it's not time for a soda crack. We got that at noon. I'm gonna chew on this beautiful, wonderful cinnamon flavored toothpick until then.
That wasn't always the case. It was customary to belly up, nominate your pizen, drink fast, and make room for the next comer. The barkeep did...
What the fuck's a pizen? Is that where you piss? Was that your piss place?
didn't put the liquor into glasses. If you asked for scotch or what have you, he'd grab the bottle in his right hand, a glass in his left, cross hands, and plunk the two down before you. You took a small or a big drink as you wished. For 10 cents, the tariff didn't vary. Though I think it really depends on who the man behind the bar was, because many bartenders, especially if they owned the saloon, had a reputation for being sort of miserly. In reviewing a rich and variegated personal experience of saloons...
Hold on. Define miserly. Avaricious or penurious. Oh yeah, that really helps, Cambridge English Dictionary. A miserly person. Miser. Someone who has a strong wish to have money and hates to spend it. Okay. Stingy or greedy. Got it. Got it.
The feature that stands out most prominently in my recollection is the hard, listless, unfeeling type of man who keeps saloons. The bon ami, the good fellowship supposed by some to prevail among saloon habitués is totally lacking in saloon keepers. I never knew a saloon keeper who was a really good fellow. So according to Mark Twain, the cheapest and easiest way to become an influential man and be looked up to by the community at large was to stand behind a bar, wear a cluster diamond pin, and sell whiskey. Now there were bartenders, often called mixologists, who were loved by their community and true bon vivants, and those bartenders typically made...
Max, stop using words I am not entirely sure about the definition of. I vaguely know what a bon vivant is, but... a person who enjoys good food and wines and likes going to restaurants and parties. Bon vivant.
Cocktails. Now, not every saloon served cocktails, but cocktails were a lot more popular in the Old West than you might think. They were usually made with whiskey.
For this month painting contest, I plan to add you to my custom Renegade Marine Warband, and as an extra challenge, I'll be kit bashing you in one of my least favorite legions, Emperor's Children, a new Marine to be exact. Should be a fun challenge.
Thank you so much, my dude. Thank you. One of my least favorite legions. That's so funny. I hope you have a great time painting this month, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the free followers. The whole free followers. The $3. Bon vivant is French for good at living. The funny thing is, like, there are so many words I feel like I vaguely understand in context. So, like, if someone was talking about it, I'd be like, okay, cool. But, like, this is a safe space for me to tell you guys I'm kind of dumb sometimes. I'm actually, the better word to use is that I'm fairly ignorant about quite a few things. And you know what, I'm going to be honest. This is part of me starting a new series called Mae Learns Things. Mae fills in the gaps. You may have some gaps there, Mae, kind of thing, where, like, I see. I'm ignorant about a lot of things in life, and I think I've been too embarrassed about it to not, like, to learn things. You know, I've been embarrassed about those gaps in my life. So my ignorance has kept me from fulfilling, like, from learning more things. Like, my lack of knowledge about geography and history make me feel a little embarrassed. And I know that it's like the school system, but I've had tons of years to learn that. It just hasn't been all that interesting to me until now. Because, like, I had a lot of other things to learn about, like, how to be an okay human being, basically. So, you know, I just, like, I want to be curious and ask a bunch of questions and not be embarrassed about it. And you guys help me feel not embarrassed about it, even when it comes to, like, words. Because I think I have a pretty big vocabulary, but Max apparently has a bigger one.
Gin or brandy, and had names like cobblers, smashes, juleps, flips, and crustas. They typically weren't as complicated as the cocktails of today, but they were a great way to temper the flavor of poor liquor. They could also be an excellent tonic because
XKCD number 1053. No. I try not to make fun of people for admitting they don't know things, because for each thing everyone knows by the time they're adults, every day there are on average 10,000 people in the US hearing about it for the first time. Fraction who have heard of it at birth, 0%. Fraction of it who have heard by 30, 100%. US birth rate, 4 million per year. Number hearing about it for the first time, 10,000 a day. If I make fun of people, I train them not to tell me when they have those moments, and I miss out on the fun. Diet Coke and Mentos thing? What's that? Oh, come on. Oh, man, come on. We're going to the grocery store. You're one of today's lucky 10,000. Yeah, I get that. I don't know. I think we should always keep learning. I think it's important. And I have to say, there's a lot of stuff about history I don't know. Like right now I'm listening to Last Podcasts on the Left's series on Heinrich Himmler. It's like 6 episodes long. It's like, it's going to be 6 hours of them just talking about those guys. And it's going to be long and intense, and I'm going to learn a bunch, and it'll be exciting. And I'm hoping to one day learn more about the context in which that happened, because I don't actually know that much. So, yada yada. You putting this in like a Bible verse. How did you just know that right off the top of your head?
Very often they included bitters, which were seen as medicinal, and supposedly they were. Though you should take the temperature of the room when ordering a cocktail, because if you're in a place like Seattle or San Francisco back in the day, order a cocktail by all means. But if you're in a little town like Cerro Gordo and you order a hot gin fizz or a warm toddy, you might be considered to have an educated thirst, and that was not a compliment. Just stick to the whiskey neat. Now, as different saloons offered different drinks, they also offered different foods, because just like bars and restaurants today, they ran the gamut. There were those saloons that were a single room with a handful of tables, a few spittoons, sawdust-covered floors, and a tinny piano in the corner. And then there were those that were multi-story buildings decorated with velvet curtains, crystal chandeliers, silver-framed mirrors behind the bar, and can-can dancers entertaining the men every night. For instance, at the Occidental Saloon...
Okay, like... There are a few places in history where I would like to be a fly on the wall. Now, I do not want to exist in this time in history. I do want to make this so clear. I don't want to like be in this time period, but it would be really cool to be a fly on the wall. I would love to be a fly on the wall in a saloon in San Francisco in whatever time period this is. Just for like a few hours, you know? Like if I could just like get a cam, like a security cam, you know, CCTV. On that era of history, that'd be so sick, dude.
Saloon in Tombstone, Arizona, for Sunday dinner, they offered things like chicken giblet soup, salmon, leg of lamb with oysters, an assortment of cold meats, boiled meats, roast meat like suckling pig or pork with applesauce, fashionable dishes like creme fricassee of chicken and lapine domestique, with desserts of custard and fruit pies and plum pudding. French cuisine had become all the rage in America at the time, and that included the Old West. Even over in Death Valley, which I think is that way, there was a French restaurant in the 1800s, which is just crazy. There's no French restaurant there now. But for every one of these fancy saloons, there were probably half a dozen that were more middle of the road. They offered merchant lunches, which typically cost 10 or 15 cents and included a beer.
Also, maybe this is going to sound wild, but I feel like every DM should watch this video, because a lot of inns I know are more medieval coded, but actually I feel like your D&D group should be going into saloons, not inns. I think it's funnier if you put a saloon in your fantasy world rather than a tavern. It's like, it's 10 times better. I don't really know why I think that, but I think, like, yeah, I know he has videos on taverns. I'm staring at it. But what I'm saying is that as a DM, you should actually be putting saloons rather than taverns, no matter what kind of fantasy you're going for, because saloons are funnier. Do I have like a reason for this? No. Let me get some water real quick. It has more of a frontier vibe. Yeah, that's honestly, yeah. That's good. I feel like saloons are also rowdier. I feel like inns are often my best fantasy saloon name. Hold on. The dragon scales, but it's like scales, like weighing scales. And if you can bring in a head of a beast that weighs more than the like weight they have in there, which is like calibrated to a dragon's head, you get a free drink or something. You should have all of them to give people different experience and make places different. Feel like an inn in the capital is different than a saloon in a small town. Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't play Dungeons and Dragons, but you know, I mean, if you do, they're fighting a green dragon next session. Oh, you're stealing my idea? Oh my gosh. But and then like you can have the bartender be like, "Would you guys like some nuts?" And they'll be like, yeah, sure. Yeah, dragon these nuts, dude. No reaction? Wow, okay. Yeah, no, okay, we'll just keep going.
Along with a little stew or baked beans or roast beef or mashed potatoes and gravy. Then there was the free lunch, which was a staple of saloon culture throughout the country in the late 19th century. It wasn't exactly free. Essentially what you did was you went into the saloon and you bought a drink. And for the price of that one drink, you got full access to a lunch table. And usually the food that you got to eat was worth far more than the price of that drink. So it was incumbent on the bartender to make sure you kept drinking so they could make their money back. The cheapest places for men are supposed to be the so-called free lunches, though this is probably a mistake. For these free lunches are attached to bars, and it is expected that their guests shall patronize the bar sufficiently to pay all favors they get in the way of free food. San Francisco saloons were especially famous for their free lunches. In 1891, Rudyard Kipling, who wrote The Jungle Book, came through San Francisco and went into a saloon, in which men with hats on the back of their heads were wolfing food from a counter. It was the institution of the free lunch I had struck. You paid for a drink and got as much as you wanted to eat. For something less than ₹1 a day, a man can feed himself sumptuously in San Francisco, even though he be a bankrupt. Remember this.
He be
if
a
ever you are
bankrupt.
stranded in these parts. Now, just because it was free does not mean that it wasn't still quality food. One meal included a monster silver boiler filled with a most excellent oyster soup, a round of beef that must have weighed at least 40 pounds, vessels filled with potatoes, stewed mutton, stewed tomatoes, and macaroni à la française. All that for the cost of a 15-cent drink, which even with inflation would be like $4.25, basically for all you can eat, and you get a drink. The thing is, especially in the larger cities where there was a lot of competition, the different saloons began upping the quality and the quantity of their food to outdo each other, and eventually they made it so nobody could drink enough to outweigh the cost of these free lunches, so all the saloons started losing money. As far back as November of 1854, the saloon owners of San Francisco got together to put a stop to these free lunches, but after 2 meetings they realized that even if just a few saloons held out and kept offering them, then they would get all the patrons. So free lunches are still on tap for the freeloaders. And there were indeed some freeloaders. It was not uncommon for people to just walk into the saloon, walk up to the lunch table, and start eating. And should this inexplicable lunch fiend not happen to be called to drink, he devours whatever he can, and while the bartender is occupied, tries to escape unnoticed. Of course, in smaller towns like Cerro
free
Gordo,
lunch man. I wish to be called a lunch fiend. A tiny bug and a lunch fiend. Coming into buffets and inhaling the food and then scattering. I don't know. I've never dined and dashed. That seems rude. But lunch fiend is such a good name.
Lunch usually wasn't so opulent, partly because they didn't have as much competition with other saloons. also, what you got usually depended on who ran the saloon, who was the cook in the back, or who was the owner. Like, there were a lot of Chinese saloons that would serve chop suey and chow mein, very, very popular in the Old West.
Wow.
Lots of German saloons that had different sausages like bratwurst and sauerkraut on the menu. And then, of course, there were a lot of Mexican saloons because until 1848, California and most of the Southwest was Mexico. And so they would have pozole and tamales on the menu. And most all of the free lunches would have an assortment of things like cheeses and pickles and little cold meats and clams and oysters. Oysters were incredibly popular in America at the time as a whole, but especially
on the half
in the
shell.
Old West among cowboys and miners. You don't usually watch an old Western and see people eating oysters, but they did a lot. Sometimes they were fresh oysters. They were coming in on trains and stuff from places like San Francisco. But a lot of times, especially in smaller towns that were further away from the trains, you would have canned oysters. Then there was another category of food that was almost always sure to be available at a free lunch. These included sundry pretzels, crackers, bits of cheese and sausage, and a salt pickle or a radish, a repast intended to provoke thirst rather than to satisfy hunger. Salty snacks are still common at bars today because they do make you more thirsty. And pretzels and salted peanuts, those are still at many bars, but one thing that didn't really make the leap to today is the sardelle. A limp, silver-coated minnow, a relative of the sardine, saturated with brine and probably sold by the hogshead, became one of the staple standbys of every saloon catering to a reliable beer trade.
That sounds so good.
They were saltier than the 7 seas and were served whole. They were in great favor because a patron, after he had taken a couple of them draped across a slab of rye bread, had to rush to the bar and drink a lot of beer to get the taste out of his mouth. The sardellen were more than fish. They were silent partners.
Incredible.
So now that we know what they drank and what they ate at an Old West saloon, my question is, how did they eat it? What did they look like when they were eating? Because these were often communities where men outnumbered women 20, 30, 40 to 1, if not more. So table manners, I'm thinking, weren't so great. And luckily, there was a rather prudish Englishman who went into a saloon in Ogden, Utah in the 1880s and wrote about it. I saw a performance that filled me with astonishment and disgust. It was a man eating his dinner. And let me here remark, with all possible courtesy, that the American on his travels is the most reprehensible eater I have ever seen. He never apparently chews his food, but dabs and pecks at the dishes one after the other with the rapidity which, merely as a juggling trick, might be performed in London to crowded houses every day. Every now and then he shuts his eyes and strains his throat. This, I suppose, is when he swallows, for I have seen children getting rid of cake with the same sort of spasm. What I love is that next he includes a list of what the man is eating. The mixture of his food, if it pleases him, does not annoy me, for if a man likes to eat mouthfuls of huckleberries, bacon, apple pie, pickled mackerel, peas, mutton, gherkins, oysters, radishes, tomatoes, custard, and poached eggs, this is a bona fide meal.
First Warhammer, now tasting history, base tuber, thank you. Welcome on in, Eden Beast, thank you. Okay, I want to eat this meal. This sounds so good. And thank you for the $2. I forgot to say that. Huckleberries, bacon, apple pie, pickled mackerel, peas, mutton, gherkins, oysters, radishes, tomatoes, custard, and poached eggs. Could I finish it all? If I had just worked out, maybe. It depends on how many of those, like, is it a whole apple pie? Or is it like a slice of apple pie? How big is the mutton? I don't know. What is mutton? I don't know if I've ever had mutton. Is that, lamb? Sheep? I don't actually know what mutton is. I could definitely, dude, I could take down more oysters than I'd like to admit. Sheep? Okay. I've never had sheep, I don't think. Maybe I have. I don't want to say that. It's stuffed sheep's stomach? Ooh. It's young-ish sheep, but not veal. Oh. Are they whole radishes? Are they pickled? The tomatoes sound good. They're probably stewed. The custard I couldn't eat, I don't think. That's haggis? Oh. It's okay. The poached eggs sound incredible. Probably pickled radish. That sounds really good though. I'm kind of about that. I would eat that. I would at least try. A lot of it would also be very salty. Okay. I will say, I don't eat a lot of salty food. I don't salt a lot of my food. I know that's probably crazy, but I know that I spent a long time learning to like veggies for their own taste rather than being dipped in sauce, yada, yada, yada. I mean, I just kind of like veggies on their own with a little bit of seasoning. It doesn't have to have salt. I do eat pretzels. One of the reasons I don't salt my food super heavily is so that I can eat salty snacks because I love salty snacks more than I love a salty meal. Like, cause like if like my burrito mixture that I make it has like a blend in it. I don't add salt to that. Like a taco seasoning, I don't add any salt to that because I'm gonna put like taco sauce on it. I don't know.
Copied from
But
my
I love
notebook
salty
on the
stuff.
spot. In discriminate confusion, it has
Love
nothing to
salty
do with
fish.
me. He says that this entire meal lasted all but 5 minutes. Then he grabbed a handful of
5
toothpicks
minutes?
and leans idly against the doorpost, as if time were without limit or end. The whole thing is a mystery to me. So to honor the rugged pioneers of the American West, I feel that I should drop all semblance of civility as I eat my pork and beans, which should be about ready. And here we are, baked pork and beans from a
That
Wild
looks
West
so
saloon.
good, dude.
Bon appetit. I
Is
love
this him
baked
dropping all civility?
beans. Really good. They could be a little softer, I will say that, but they're not like too firm. I just like I like a softer bean. But the flavor is outstanding. It's actually so much better than what you get in a can. Even though there's like nothing to it.
Probably not
There's
flavored
no onion,
toothpicks
there's
either.
no spice or anything.
Savages.
It's just that molasses and the salt pork. That salt pork, I think, really adds a lot of flavor. Now, I'm not a huge one to like just eat the pork from pork and beans because it's usually just really fatty, as is this. But I'm gonna take a bite just to see. It's really fatty. It's really good.
Oh.
Yeah, these are really good. I'm gonna be eating these tonight while I'm here. Mighty fine. So as always, I will get this recipe up on the Tasting History website, tastinghistory.com, which I made with help from today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace
listen
makes
to his
building
ad
a
read.
website so easy with their dynamic tools like their drag and drop technology for both desktop and mobile. And they have lots of templates which give you a wonderful base to start with, and then you can customize it however
This has been a
you
great
want.
video. I've really
And
liked
when you
it.
make a change on the desktop version, it automatically makes it on the mobile version. And if you use
You
your
have his
website for
cookbook?
business, Squarespace
Wow.
lets you create email
love his
campaigns to
cookbook.
keep in
That
contact
sounds
with your
fun.
customers so they are always apprised of new items or when there is a sale. So if you're looking to start a website, go to squarespace.com for a free trial, and then when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/tastinghistory to get 10% off of your first purchase of a website or domain. And I want to thank again Brent for letting me film in his amazing town. Definitely go check out his fantastic channel, Ghost Town Living. And I will see you next time here again.
Whoa, wait, what is that?
Whenever you see an Old West saloon.
Ghost Town Living. Don't look at the things that I've looked up. Ghost Town Living. He bought an abandoned town? This seems so cool. What? What's his most popular? Spend my life savings on an abandoned ghost town. They said 30 miners were buried alive. I went to find out the truth. Ooh, he's really good at titles. He's restoring it. Oh, that sounds really cool. The Roman honey dough balls? Oh, wait, hold on. Roman honey. Does he have any of those? That sounds really good. Saturnalia with Cato's globby. It's a globby. Wow, eating at the Coliseum? His Irish stew. Well, thank you, Seffi. Thank you for the super chat. I'm fascinated with this. I mean, like, oh, thank you, Great Dane. What is a meal but a large snack? So true. What is a meal to a god? What is a large snack to a god? Coliseum one is awesome. The crazy thing is, like, I've watched like maybe 1 or 2 Max Miller videos before, but I feel like I'm seeing them in a new light. Does that make any sense? I'm like, wow. I feel like the one that I've watched before is maybe The Deadly Job of a Royal Food Taster or something similar to that. Garum. Garum? What do you mean? What is garum? Is that what it's called? You had me at garum? I'm sorry, what? Oh, the Titanic. He has Titanic ones? Okay, we'll look up garum. Kind of have to go to the bathroom. Garum. I think I watched him do something similar. Man. Pimmican! They have this in RimWorld. Woman who's only played RimWorld. Oh, this really makes me think of RimWorld, dude. Oh, they have that in RimWorld. I did that with the flak stuff in Warhammer. I was like, they have that in RimWorld. It was his first video to take off. 5 years ago. We should do the Garum Revisited or the original Garum. Certified boss baby moment. It's true. I think we are actually going to take a very quick break before we hit ads. I want to go to the restroom and I need to get like lunch and go to the bathroom. It's grosser, which is good. Okay, we'll do Revisited once I get back from my little break real quick. I'll see you goobers, and I know, like, I'm not gonna push us like 6 minutes. Well, it would be like 10 minutes. We're just gonna see how long it takes. I'm sorry if it takes a while, but I need to like get a lunch and a Diet Coke. So I will be right back. I'll see you goobers after that. Would you guys maybe like words? We don't normally do words on stream. Would you like a little activity? Because this may take a minute. Because I'd like to eat some watermelon. Let me know. You love words? Let me get that set up. Words on stream. You may have seen it before. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, that's not correct. How do I do it? It's been so long. I'm just gonna put my liked songs playlist on shuffle. So good luck. Outdoor Boys? Oh, I know that Stim's been watching those recently. More people have been watching them. I've seen. Okay. This is what it is. So, like, you guys type in chat what you think the word is. I think it'll make sense once you give it a go. Okay. I'll see you guys in just a minute. Okay, so like you guess like graded like this or grade. Okay, you got it. I'm pretty sure this word doesn't exist, dude. Whatever it is. What was the word, dude? Dude, great get on buckle. Whoa! I'm still eating my sandwich, by the way. I think you guys could smash our record. Holy shit. How do you spell lisped? Lisp? Is it just... It's just lisp. Whoa. Got it. Oh, thank goodness we made it. I was about to say we only have one left. Oh, I gotta go refill my water. I'll push us over to the next one. Oh my gosh, goobers, what happened? I go to refill my water. Are you guys lost? Hi, HH. Alright. I'm back. Thank you for letting me take a real break. I appreciate it. I guess a longer break. You let me take real breaks most of the time. That's level 18. Way to go, Arch Looper Call. 102, AK with 73, and Lamb Deck with 46. No, don't start a new game. Don't do that. Alright. Time for a can crack. Can I get some sats in chat for a can crack, please? Sats in chat for a can crack. Look at you guys, you're so cute. Look at you. Cute. Alright. We've got our our cherry Diet Coke for today. Ooh, that was good. Oh, just real nice. Classic. Okay. So now we're going to be watching Ancient Roman Garum Revisited by Max Miller, Tasting History. I'm quite excited. I have my Diet Coke. I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
Ever asked yourself what would happen if I left 8 pounds of fish and 1 pound of salt to sit in a jar in the sun for 2 months? Well, of course you have. Well, the answer is you'd make garum, the fermented fish sauce of ancient Rome. So thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video as I make true fermented garum, this time on Tasting History. So what exactly is garum? Well, one 7th century author, Isidore of Seville, said, "Garum is a salted liquid of fish, which formerly was made from the fish that the Greeks called garos. And although it is now made from an infinite variety of fish, it retains the original name that it had at its beginning." But I feel Isidore had never actually seen the product being made, because yes, it is a salted liquid of fish, but it's how you get to that product that is so interesting. Now, the Roman poet Marcus Manilius, he did write about the process of taking fish and salt and putting them in a terracotta vat and letting them ferment. And then, being a poet, he describes the end result in some flourishing language. "Their inward parts melt and issue forth as a stream of decomposition. Here a precious exudate flows out, which vomits up the flour of the gore, and mixed with salt, balances taste in the mouth."
Wait.
Yeah, that.
What's exudate? Bon vivant. Fluid or cells that have escaped from blood vessels or organs? Oh! Okay. I think that gives us an idea. Oh, whoa, what a frame.
That's what I'm about to make.
Yeah.
It's actually that stream of decomposition that I'm going for. And to make that, I needed to find a proper ancient recipe. Now, 3.5 years ago, shortly after I started this channel, I did a video on garum. In fact, it's how most people found this channel. It's why I made a t-shirt that says, "You had me at garum." But it was the beginning of the pandemic, and I was living in a tiny little condo, so I wasn't about to ferment a bunch of fish in my condo, because I'm not that crazy. So instead, I followed a recipe for quick garum, which did come from an ancient document called Geoponica, which is a treatise on farming. And the Geoponica also has some more traditional ways of making garum. The Bithynians make it thus. Take preferably small or large mendole, or if none, anchovy or scad or mackerel, and put them into a baker's bowl of the kind in which dough is needed. to 1 modius of fish, knead in 6 Italian pints of salt so that it is well mixed.
Since we're in Max's usual setup, Max's husband always hides a Pokemon plush or figure in the background of the videos.
Oh! We're gonna have to look that up. Or we're gonna have to look for that.
With the fish. Put it in an earthenware vessel and leave it uncovered in the sun for 2 or 3 months, occasionally stirring with a stick, then take the fluid, cover, and store. And that is what I am doing. Also, I really have to thank culinary historian Sally Granger for helping me through the process and ensuring that I don't poison myself at the end of this episode.
Oh,
so
but that'd be
recipe,
so good
all
for
you
the
need
content.
is
But
fish
don't do it.
and salt. But it's the
seem
ratio
really nice.
that is so important. 1 modius of fish to 6 Italian pints of salt. Unfortunately, it's hard to buy fish by the modius these days, but it comes out to be an 8-to-1 ratio, or 12.5%.
It's the Gyarados!
salinity.
It's the Gyarados right there. That's it. That's the Pokemon. I found it. I'm so good. There's another one over here. It's the Gyarados holding up the... And then, well, that's not a Pokemon. That looks like the little mushroom from Mario.
At the end of the process. And it's important to hit that because that's going to kill pretty much all of the bad bacteria that you don't want in this condiment. Now, most modern fish sauces have even a higher salinity, 25 to 35% in some cases. But I am going to go with the ancient Roman percentages. Do not make this. Leave this to me. Watch and be satisfied with this. Do not make it. But if you do want to try garum, I will put links to where you can get certain modern versions of garum that are made. That definitely not poisonous. It's what I use here on the channel very often. So I'll put links to that down there. But this version, leave it to me. So first, I went to my local fish market to buy the freshest fish that...
I just want to say that disclaimer tells me so much about Max as a content creator, and I really appreciate it. I love that he's like, I have been doing this for such a long time. I have the knowledge and expertise, and I know who to consult to make sure that this is good. Because as somebody who has fermented stuff before, there are some ferments that you have to be extremely careful with. One of the ones that I think people don't know enough about in terms of like the safety risks is garlic and honey. You have to add apple cider vinegar and you have to check the pH on that one. It's a very big deal because you can get botulism from that ferment in particular. So I'm passionate about, you know, like food safety is very big in my heart. So
that I could find. They didn't have the suggested mendole or scad or anchovy, but they did have mackerel, so that's what I ended up getting, 8 pounds of it, and then 1 pound of the finest Italian sea salt that I could find. Then I chopped up the fish into large pieces. What I did not do is clean the fish, gut the fish, because you want the enzymes that are in the digestive tract of the fish to be in the jar, because that's actually what's going to do a lot of the breaking down for you. So I chopped up the fish and started to add them to the jar along with the salt. And I wanted to make sure that the salt was rubbed into each piece of fish before dropping it in. Now I'm using a glass jar because I want to see the process as it goes.
I bet
but
that
more
smells
historical
so
would be
intense.
a terracotta jar of some sort. Once the fish and salt were added, I gave it a good plunging or two to make sure that everything was mixed together. What I did not add was any kind of liquid. So it's actually kind of hard to get it mixed together without liquid. Then I set it out in the sun, and I did cover mine because I didn't want any critters getting into it. We got raccoons. But I was opening the jar several times a day to make sure that enough oxygen was getting in, which helps to stop botulism. Now, before I said all that you needed was fish and salt, but really, you also need a third ingredient, and that is thyme. Specifically, thyme out.
Did that go through? Hold on. I'm going to pause real quick. Did that go through twice, or did you send it a second time? Don't play the bug music. It's gonna play the bug music. Oh, let's see. You can't clean the fish before making the garum. Think about that for a minute. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of like gross stuff. Yeah, it's true. You sent it twice. No, I saw it the first time. I appreciate the super chat. Don't get me wrong, but I did see it the first time. I did respond. I saw that Stim has been watching those Stim Pack VT. What the Cozy Rat game was called? Are you talking about Winterboro? I had to think hard. But yeah, as always, if you guys want to recommend stuff, I don't mind you doing it here, but the best way to recommend stuff is always through the Discord because I can keep up with it there. So.
Out
Just
in
a
the
reminder.
sun. At least 2 months out in the
It's
sun.
okay.
So
Thank you for
if you're
the
looking
super
for something
chat.
that's
Appreciate
not
it.
going to take
I'll have
2
to check
months,
'em out.
might I suggest a meal from today's sponsor, Factor. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen meals right to your door.
I just don't want
and
you
they
to
are
like
fully
send in a super
prepared.
chat
Now, I love
twice and
to
be like,
cook,
May
obviously,
didn't respond to
and I've
me.
used HelloFresh
That was
for
so
a long
sad.
time, but HelloFresh, which now owns Factor, knows that
I didn't
sometimes
say
you don't have
I would
time
love to
cook
watch The
at
Outdoor
all.
Boys.
So they have Factor to deliver fully prepared meals to your
I didn't
door, and I've
respond very
actually been
well, I'm
using
sorry.
them for years, long before I started tasting history. When I was working a job where I actually had to leave the house, I would bring Factor meals to lunch every single day pretty much. Because they're never frozen, they just take a couple minutes to heat up either in the microwave or just a few minutes in the oven. And they have loads of options, over 35 different selections every single week. And they have options that are meat and pescatarian, keto, vegetarian, they got it all.
I wonder
So to
if
give
Factor's
Factor a
any
try, go to
good.
factor75.com or click the link
I
in the
like cooking
description
food,
and use
so.
my code TASTINGHISTORY to get 50% off of your
Thank you for the super chat again. That's fine. Thank you.
first Factor box. That's 50% using TastingHistory50 at factor75.com. Now, while Factor may offer you a meal in an instant, the same.
Listen, I think my burrito, my burrito is for the girls, okay? You can get a dinner for like 400 or 500 calories. It's a full burrito. You know what you do? You vegetable max. You put so many vegetables in there. It tastes so good. All right? Did you mean best meat you ever had? Some type of schnitzel? What's a schnitzel? They're microwave meals? I wonder what the... I wonder, like, with well, okay, so, like, I know a lot of content creators, like, order out quite a lot. I don't have the money to do that. But, best meal. Well, schnitzel isn't, like... I don't even know what schnitzel is. What's a schnitzel? Google, tell me what a schnitzel is. Oh, that's like chicken fried steak. Is it chicken fried steak? Schnitzel versus chicken fried snake. Chicken fried steak, not snake. Chill out, May. Chicken fried steak evolved from German Texan schnitzel. Schnitzel is a pounded meat fried with sauce like a chicken fried steak. Aha! It is an American version. Thank you. It's not chicken? Okay, well, it seems like chicken fried steak evolved from German Texan schnitzel. Somewhere in France, at this point, yada, yada, yada. Okay. A Wiener Schnitzel. Oh, that's veal. Tonkatsu and torikatsu could be defined as schnitzels. Oh. Yeah, but... The short answer to that question is yes, essentially, Texas's iconic chicken fried steak, a flat and tough cut of steak cooked fried chicken style. See, chicken fried steak is not chicken. Chicken fried steak is steak, but it's fried like a chicken. Ooh, the 2 small anchovies on top sounds great. The potatoes they're showing, these are like the best kind of potatoes. Can I give a hot take that these are some of the best kinds of potatoes out there? When they make when you get like wedge fries, oh! Wedge fries, my beloved. One time I went to this hotel and I was like, yo, do your potatoes have butter on them? And they were like, yeah, they got butter on them. And I was like, do you have any options that may not have butter on them? And they were like, yeah, we can see which we can do. And they brought me wedge fries! I know, I just ate a whole PB&J, and yeah, my mouth is salivating thinking about wedge fries. This dog with the butter. It's the butter dog. That's the dog with the butter. Fried, tenderized cube steak, pounded flat, covered in southern white gravy chicken. I mean, I haven't had a chicken fried steak since I was like a child, but when I read the description of a schnitzel, it sounded a heck of a lot like a chicken fried steak. Now, I don't mean to be that southern with it, but that's what it seemed like to me. I'm delirious and I can't speak anymore. We're watching this video again.
Cannot be said for garum because, like I said, it takes 2 months, but it is an active 2 months. The day after I set the jar out, I got to mixing. And the first thing that I noticed was there was a lot more liquid. And it turns out that the salt that is added by osmosis draws the liquid out of the fish's flesh, and so it became a lot easier to stir even by day 2. And every day I would go out at least once, preferably twice a day, and mix the garum. And within just 4 or 5 days, I noticed that the fish really started to break down. Fins were falling off, bones were sticking out. It was
but it does make me want sardines.
But it wasn't until a little bit later, about at the 2.5 week mark, that the fish were no longer recognizable as fish. There were still some bones, yes, but overall it was a thick brownish.
It looks like gravy.
It had a golden sheen of fat floating on top. Something reminiscent of a liquid that you'd see flowing out of a sewer.
It's gotta smell awful, yeah.
Now, does that look nasty? Yes, it does. But what was shocking was the odor, or rather lack thereof.
Oh.
It did smell. It had a very strong smell, but it smelled like a fish market. If you go to a fish market and you just kind of get that fish smell, that's what it smelled like pretty much all the way through the process. I expected it to be putrid and kind of rotten smelling, but it wasn't. One of my favorite.
Also, I have to take a second. Dillo, I didn't thank you for this on stream, but thank you so much for being a Giga Chad and getting me the weathering kit from Monument Hobbies, which, by the way, I'm now sponsored by Monument Hobbies. You can use code Gremlin Mae, all one word, for 5% off your purchase in both their US and EU stores. I'm super excited to try it. I gotta order it and get it in. But I'm so sorry to hear that you're sick. Oh. Bummer, dude. But thank you. I think I called you Stinky in the message. Yeah. But a lot of people call me Stinky despite the fact that I use Cheeky. And I'm so unsmelly. One of my great aunts told me that my skin was glowing. Which, like, what a compliment. She said it looked so soft. I didn't want to be like, yeah, I use Cheeky. Use code Giga at checkout.
Favorite things to do all summer was to invite friends over to look at the garum and to smell it. And, you know, it was always kind of shocking that it didn't smell nearly as bad as it looked. Though there were actually laws in ancient Rome that dictated that these garum factories had to be a certain distance from population centers because the smell was so bad. So I was a little worried that I was missing something, but we'll come back to that. So my summer was spent mixing garum every morning and every afternoon. I felt like the Dunkin' Donuts guy. Time to mix the garum. And every day it got a little more liquidy and a little less fish sludgy. And every day I expected the stench to hit, but it didn't until it came time to strain it. After a little over 2 months, I dipped a ladle in to pull out the brown sludge, and the moment that it came above the jar, tears welled up in my eyes.
Flame on the side of my face.
And I knew right away why there were laws about this being made away from towns. Because it was potent. Now, it didn't smell like rotten fish. It was like stinging, like that stinging burn in the nostrils when you smell something fermented. So I think that I knew that I had done something right. So I soldiered on. I had put in 2 months of work and I wasn't about to give up, so I kept going. What I didn't understand was how possibly that brown-gray sludge was going to turn into the beautiful, clear, amber-colored liquid that liquamen, which is the end product that we're making, is supposed to be like. Now for the straining, the Geoponica says, a deep, close-woven basket is inserted into the center of the jar containing these fish, and the liquid flows into the basket, and so liquamen is obtained, filtered through the basket.
Oh.
And I suppose if you have a really close-woven basket, you could do it in one step. I'm not exactly sure how, with all the sludge and everything, but maybe. But I ended up having to do it a few times, and I tried a few different mediums. I started with just a regular
Love that
mesh
he's still
strainer
doing it
and then
outside.
graduated to several layers of cheesecloth, and it strained out most of the big pieces, and it became kind of this fish paste, which is known as alec, which they actually used culinarily as well. But the liquid that was left behind was still really cloudy, and it just didn't look like something I wanted to put
I wonder if
in
he's
my
gonna have to
body.
clarify
So
it.
I graduated to a coffee filter, and then finally, and probably most useful,
Oh, he's never gonna be able to
finely
use that
woven muslin.
again.
And I passed it through that a few times, and it came through painfully slow, just drops. But what came out was indeed the clear amber-colored liquid that I was hoping to get. And while I strain enough to actually get a taste, let me tell you a little bit more about the history of garum.
The fun part! Well, the extra fun part. It's all fun.
So as I mentioned, I have already done a video talking about the history of garum way back when I started the channel before I had a beard. Truly, tasting history is the house that garum built. But since then, I found so much more new information. So while some of this may overlap with that original video, most everything is actually new information. So why garum? Why were the ancient Romans and the ancient Greeks just obsessed with this fish sauce? The answer is salt. Salt was
Probably
used
tasted
very
real
often
good.
as a preservative, but very rarely was it mentioned as an ingredient in food. But being human, they still loved that salty taste. As Pliny the Elder says, in innumerable seasonings, it is the taste of salt that predominates, and it is looked for when we eat garum. So it was just a different, more...
Have any of y'all ever read Pliny the Elder? I feel like he gets quoted so much. So much. Like, I wonder what it would be like to just, like, straight up read his writings. Like, is it indecipherable? I don't know, because I've seen so many quotes from him. You don't read? You had to for a class you took in college? You watch Sam O'Nella's videos going through his books. Oh! Wait, like salmonella? Are you baiting me? Am I being baited right now? Like salmonella? Oh no, this is the guy's real name. The Historia Naturalis Abridged, books 1 through 2. Huh. Okay. Oh,
Hey, you're
me
getting
you?
ready to be normal.
Hi! Hello! How are you doing, cutie? If you guys don't know, Miu's the one who did my retexture that we're debuting in May. Miu's so sweet. Such a good artist. Go follow them. Go, go, go. I'm doing good. Hello, Raiders! My name is Gremlin Mae. I'm a variety VTuber, and I do whatever makes my ADHD go burr. And today we're watching Tasting History with Max Miller. I'm gaining wrinkles in my brain. I'm getting smarter, you know? Make sure you guys follow Miu. Great, great artist. Sweet human. Yeah, we were just learning about Pliny the Elder. Apparently, I need to watch Sam O'Nella's videos about Pliny the Elder. So, we're gonna do that someday. But Miu, if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. You can watch YouTube on stream? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I do React content all the time. I used to do a lot of Warhammer React content, but I've kind of branched out into history. We learned about tanks on stream on Friday. We watched a bunch of videos. I mean, it just depends. Smaller creators you can like reach out to and be like, hey, can I like, you know, listen to your stuff or like react to it. If you go into my YouTube channel, like this is me reacting to a Warhammer video, reacting to the Warhammer trailers, video that I made, Warhammer trailers, videos I made, Golden Demon winners, Snipe and Wib, Rogue Hobbies, Cutest Cutie Ever. I don't know, like I just do a bit of React content. Yeah, we're gonna have our I think I may have to break our tank video up into like multiple parts or like really trim it down because it was so long. We learned so much about tanks. Right now we're watching a video about a fish sauce from ancient Roman times called garum that Max has made before but is making again. So he's telling us the history of it right now. But thank you again for the raid, Miyu. I really appreciate it. Raiders, if you need a raid and run, I totally understand, but we'd love to have you stick around.
Complex way of salting your food. Even today, many Asian countries still produce fish sauce for just that reason. And not only fish, but also soy sauce. It's the same idea. A way to add a saltiness, umami-ish, is that a word? Umami-ish flavor to your food. It's just so much more complex than just adding salt. In fact, when it comes to soy sauce, it's likely that it was used as a vegetarian alternative to a Japanese fish sauce called gyosho. It could be made with all sorts of fish, but the most prized versions were actually made from squid. And it turns out that garum too could be made with seafood other than fish. Garum could also be flavored with different herbs like oregano. There's actually a recipe attributed to Gargilius Martialis which calls for layers of salt and fish and herbs, though he lived in the 3rd century, but it's likely that the recipe was altered much later because it mentions spices as well, like cinnamon and clove. And that recipe also says to let it rest for 7 days in the sun, then mix the sauce daily for 20 days. After that time, it becomes a liquid. And I gotta say, I don't really think that's long enough, but who knows? I haven't tried it. Now, what I am trying today is a homemade garum, which is good, but it's not the best. The ancients write about what is the best garum, and it was called garum sociorum, or garum of allies, garum of friends. And it was made from all mackerel that came from southern Spain and northern Africa.
Premium
Nowadays,
fish.
The most prized garum is made from mackerel in the fisheries of Carthage. It is called sociorum. 1,000 sesterces are paid for 2 congi of this exquisite liquor. Hardly any other liquid other than perfumes command such a price. Marcus Opicius thought it especially desirable for mullets to be drowned in a bath of garum sociorum.
Mullets?
And it was this garum sociorum that the poet Martial suggested as a wonderful gift to be given during the mid-December festival of Saturnalia, which celebrated the agricultural god Saturn and included gift-giving. And he says that when you send this gift, you should include an epigram. Accept this exquisite garum made from the first blood spilt of mackerel still breathing its last. An expensive
It sounds good.
Though I don't think it's very classy to tell people that it's an expensive gift when you give it. But it was an expensive gift because Pliny said that it was 1,000 sesterces for 2 congi. That's about 1 year's pay for the average Roman legionary at the time. That's a lot of money, and not everyone could afford that. Luckily, Martial has an epigram to be sent if you're sending less quality garum. Inferior garum. I confess, the offspring of the tunny fish of Antipolis. Had I been that of a mackerel, I should not have been sent to you. But that makes it seem that you sent this inferior garum not because you couldn't afford the garum sociorum, but rather if you had got the good garum, you would have kept it for yourself. Yet even while garum was prized, some calling it the most noble of liquors, its pungency made it for an easy punching bag for the ancient Roman authors. Martial has an epigram about the eating habits of his friend Boeticus. Neither mullet, Baeticus, nor turtle dove delights you, nor is hare ever acceptable to you, or wild boar. Nor do sweet meats please you, or slices of cake.
What pleases
Instead,
him?
you devour capers and onions swimming in disgusting garum, and the soft part of a gammon of bacon whose freshness is questionable. I suspect that there must be some other more secret vice in your stomach, for why, Baeticus, do you eat such disgusting things? Though my favorite of his garum-deriding epigrams is to his friend Flaccus. You are a man of iron, Flaccus, if you are able to make love to a woman after she has had 6 helpings of garum. Garum was so potent that sometimes even animals shied away. Columella, in his treatise on agriculture, wrote, "Great care must be taken by the man in charge who feeds the bees when he must handle the hives, that the day before he has abstained from sexual relations and garum and all the liquids which accompany it." But while the ancient writers love to poke fun at garum, it's clear that they also love the stuff because they're always talking about where the best garum came from. Some said that it came from the Black Sea, others from what is now Spain. But one of the most famous garum-producing cities was actually Pompeii, and we even know the name of one of the top manufacturers who lived there, Aulus Scaurus. Bottles with his mark on them are found all over the Mediterranean, and a full 1/3 of the garum bottles found in the sites of Pompeii and Herculaneum came from him. It's also from his workshop that there was found a famous mosaic that bears a label which translates to the flower of garum, made of the mackerel, a product of Scaurus, from the shop of Scaurus. Though he also offered a product called the flower of liquamen, which would infer that at that time garum and liquamen were 2 different things. Now, throughout history, the terms sometimes have been used synonymously, but by the early empire, it does seem that they were slightly different products. It's possible that liquamen referred to what we're making today, and then garum was made with more of the blood and viscera of fish, and so it was a darker color and more pungent. But it's not exactly certain. And as time goes on, other words begin to pop up that are referring to this same fish sauce. Around the year 390, the Roman poet Ausonius wrote to his student thanking him for a gift of some fish sauce from Barcelona. He says that it's called muria, but complains that the term muria is hard for him to pronounce and that he prefers the older term garum. But by whatever name that liquor of allies is called, I'll flood my plate. This juice, too little used by our forefathers, must overflow the spoon. And when he says too little used by our forefathers, he surely isn't meaning those people who lived during the Roman Republic and early empire, because garum was everywhere. But by the end of the 2nd century, garum factories had begun to dwindle in the Roman Empire. People probably began having to make it at home or not use it at all as an ingredient. But by the end of the Roman Empire, we see it mostly being used as a medicine. It's found in numerous...
I wonder if they know why that might be the case. I'll get some water. Mia, thank you so much for using your Prime on me. Thank you. Aw, that's so sweet of you. I wonder if they know why it stopped being made so much. If they loved it in the early empire, why did they stop making it? Who knows?
Medical texts going back for centuries, and it could be used to heal burns, cure ulcers, and even treat the bites of dogs and crocodiles. And if you're feeling a little backed up, garum was a go-to laxative.
They had crocodiles in ancient Rome? Is this true? Bye, thank you. I don't know. I could never stop loving fish sauce. They ruled Egypt. Yes, there are crocodiles in Egypt. I don't know, if you'd been like, hey May, are there crocodiles in the Roman Empire? I'd be like, nah, bruh, that sounds crazy. The Roman Empire was huge? How big was the Roman Empire? Everyone, hold on! May has to learn a little bit of geography here. How large was the Roman Empire? 18 centuries and 19 maps. Incredible. The beginning. Conquest of the Latin League. Okay, they owned Rome by Romulus. Minimum losses to Pyrrhus. That's a Pyrrhic victory. Minimum, Hannibal's campaigns. That's a guy who ate people, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Okay. So they're starting to take over most of the boot. Minimum, losses to Mithridates. Okay. Maximum, Augustus's conquest of Germany. Bro. Why'd I say it like that? Wow. Maximum, Trajan's victory over the Parthians. Are those the guys that built the Parthenon? That seems right. Okay. Minimum, cessation of the Gallic Empire to Palmyra. Maximum, reunification of under Constantinople. If you left your girl in Constantinople, she'll be waiting for you in Istanbul. Size. I'm making educated guesses here. I'm just doing my best. It's like word association, dude. And now I learned something. Those are not the guys who made the Parthenon. The Parthenon was Greek. So there's Constantine. Constantine was the Catholic, right? Who's Constantine? Okay, Wikipedia.com. Oh, it's a .org. Constantine the Great? Yeah. Yeah, he was a Christian. He legalized, well, it says he is, oh, he decriminalized Christian practice and ceasing Christian persecution. Ah. He founded the city of Constantinople, now Istanbul. If you left your girl in Constantinople, she'll be waiting for you in Istanbul. That's nobody's business but the Turks. Okay. He made it the capital of the empire, which remained for over a millennium. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. These are his parents? Okay. This is Constantine, by this sign conquer. Credible. Okay. I'm just looking at the pictures. This is a picture book for me. How'd I get here? Roman Empire. Okay. Minimum. Loss of the West to Germanic kingdoms. The Visigoths. Fleeing the Huns. Okay. Justinian's reconquest of the West. Losses to Avars in Persia. Losses to Arabs and Lombards. The renovation of Imperial Rome by Charlemagne. End of the Western Empire. Losses to Bulgars and Arabs. Revival of the West. Revanche of the East. Expansion into Poland. Reunification of the East. Respite from the Turks. Conquest by the Turks. Why do people think so much about the fall of the Roman Empire when, like, it looks like they just kept getting beat up? Like, I don't know how to tell you this, brother, but, like, it fell because people just kept beating them up over and over again. Got lost in the Roman Empire, common mistake. That's the Holy Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire in the red and blue. Oh. If I had a year, I could tell you. No. I'm just saying, why do we think so much about it? Because it seems pretty easy to understand. A bunch of guys just beat them up real bad. I'm not rage baiting. Maybe I'm rage baiting a little bit. Anyway, Would be cool to know why they stopped making garum. Oh, okay, well that makes sense. But they first beat up everyone even worse? Well, if you beat up somebody really, really bad, I feel like, yeah, of course they're gonna come beat you up really bad, too. Also, using garum, a salty sauce, as a tool of healing seems like an awful idea. Well, it was a go-to laxative.
Again, the bowels are moved by leavened bread, fat small birds, snails, garum, pickled fish.
Don't fat shame the birds!
About 50 other things. Now, Columella says that if your horse is having too much phlegm, then pouring some garum into the horse's nostril will help to alleviate that problem. A garum neti pot. Ugh. The first century physician Dioscorides really fanboyed over the stuff, saying that it could treat all sorts of things. If you had sores in your mouth, you could swish garum around and it would fix them. And garum applied represses gangrenous ulcers in the cheeks, heals those bitten by dogs, and is sometimes given as a suppository for dysentery and sciatica. Fortunately for me, this is tasting history, so a garum suppository is not in my future. But
Shitting History, my new series.
So after many hours, all weekend actually, I had finally strained enough liquid to fill a full bottle of liquamen, or garum, the fish sauce of ancient Rome. Now I'm going to taste this garum just plain, but that's not how it would have been eaten. It's meant to be an ingredient. Sometimes it would be made into different sauces. It would be mixed with vinegar to make oxygarum, or oinigarum, which was mixing it with wine. That was a very common way of having it, or else just mixed into like a marinade or something else. But I'm just having it plain.
He's not going to just chug it, is he? No, he's got a spoon, thank God.
And briny? Interesting. Let's give it a try. Just a spoonful of garum makes the breakfast come up. Hopefully not on camera. Wish me luck. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's very, very different than the other garum. So
you can buy that
I've had
bottle
this before.
from him.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to kiss me after that. That is potent. But it's almost got some spice to it, like a little burn in a good way. And it's not fishy. It's meaty, and it's kind of it feels not acidic. It's pungent. It's just like
I love that he's having
all the,
so much trouble describing this.
Liquid out of your mouth, kind of mouth drying. There's a word for
dude
that.
whose job it is
what
to describe things.
That's what it's doing. Now, what's really interesting is it is not nearly as salty as the other types of garum that I've had, or any East Asian fish sauce or soy sauce, which are really, really salty. This has a mild saltiness, so you're actually getting more flavor than the saltiness, which is interesting. Now, had this garum gone off, I'm not exactly sure how you know if it's gone off, but Apicius says that if your garum has gone off, he has a recipe to fix it, to make it good garum again. To correct garum, if the garum develops a bad odor, invert an empty container, smoke it with burning bay and cypress wood, then pour in it the garum that has previously been exposed to the air. If it is too salty, add a sextarius of honey and stir, and it will be adjusted. But fresh must also provides the same result. Now, if you are cooking from Apicius, who was the major ancient Roman cooking author that we still have works from, you need garum or liquamen because it's in almost every single recipe that he has. It's in all of the sauces that he mentions, and when people talk about garum being the ketchup of ancient Rome, it's actually those sauces that they're referring to. People weren't usually just eating the garum, but it's also in savory dishes and sweet dishes. There's even a dessert, patina of pears, that's a sweet dish that uses fish sauce. And I included it in my cookbook, so I'll probably need to do an episode where I actually make it on the show. So thank you again for watching, and make sure to like and subscribe. It really does help out.
That was great. I feel like it might work because honey does delete bacteria, but like I said earlier, sometimes honey isn't a cure-all when it comes to bacteria. That was great. I really like that. I think I watched his original Garum video a long time ago. I assume close to when it came out and started popping off. Also, I managed to go for almost an hour on this. I wonder... What should we watch another one? I feel like I want to watch something else maybe. I don't know. Well, let me check Discord real quick. I'm gonna put on some. Yeah, I gotta decide if I want to watch another one of his videos. Because I'm pretty tired from this weekend. We may only watch like we may only go for another hour or two. I really just want to lay down. We got a lot of recommendations. Yeah. Let me go to the restroom. I really need to go to the restroom. I know we don't have ads quite yet, but I really do. So, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for letting me take a minute. Oh. I just like when I went to the hotel, or when I slept in the hotel, I didn't sleep very well. Also, Dylan, when you said understandable, have a nice day, was that like a Was that a bit? You don't do bits all that often, so I wasn't sure. Anyway, I just like didn't sleep super well. And I want to give you guys quality content. Me being, I just like, I always get self-conscious when I'm reacting because I'm like, am I doing enough? Am I am I doing the reacting enough? I don't know. Nah, they're not really brainworms. It's more like I just want to make sure I'm giving you quality content, and it's really difficult for me to gauge because I don't watch a lot of React content, so I don't have a way to gauge that myself. It was like half a bit. I get it. All right. Okay.
If you were to visit,
So let's watch the Roman Colosseum. What it was like to attend the games because I really wanted to watch this one in particular. We do have ads coming up. Shit. That was poorly timed, but I really need to go to the bathroom. I guess we could just like sit in the app for a second. Maybe I could learn more about the Roman Empire. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna look up Roman Empire. Do you think they have that here? Not woman empire. Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was a state that controlled the Mediterranean and much of the Western Europe, Western Asia, and North Africa during the classical period. The Roman Republic had previously conquered most of these territories, which became ruled by emperors following Triumvir Octavian's rise to power and establishment of the Principate regime in 27 BC. By the end of the 4th century AD, the empire split into western and eastern halves. The Western Empire collapsed in 476 AD, while the Eastern Empire endured until the fall of Constantinople in 1453. What's a woman? Okay, the funny thing is, like, I do know a little bit about the Roman Empire, kind of like vaguely through the fact that I studied a little bit of the Bible. Like, I know that Christ died somewhere between 30 and 33 CE, and Paul the Apostle did his stuff in like 63 CE. You studied the Brobel? Is that the Bro Bible? So like I know vague things about the era. I mean, like, it's a lot of that stuff's disputed. Like, they don't know exactly when Christ died. Plus there's a bunch of stuff where like we don't know what he did for like 12 years because there's no record of it. I mean, like, we can make guesstimates. And I know that the Council of Nicaea was on like 460 CE. And then he may technically have been born in 3 BC. I think that's why they have the 30 to 33, because he dies at like age 30. It's great if he was not born in 0 CE. That's so funny to me. I think he was born in the spring. The Asterix comics as a kid? I don't know what that is. Okay, so Rome had begun expanding shortly after the founding of the Roman Republic. What is a republic? What is a republic? What is like the exact definition of a republic? Which the political power rests with the public, although typically though they're representatives. Although a republic is most often a single sovereign state, subnational state entities that have governments that are republican in nature may be referred to as republics. Representation in a republic may or may not be freely elected by the general citizenry. 159 of the world's 206 sovereign states use the word republic as a part of their official names. Okay. Because we're a democratic republic, right? Okay, yeah, we're a democratic republic. What does the democratic part of it mean, then? No, I don't know. I don't want to know what a democrat is. I guess I'd have to look up democracy. Okay, but this definition is a form of government in which political power is vested in the people or the population of a state. That just sounds like it's redundant. Democratic, okay. But it just sounds like if you're saying it's a democratic republic, you're just saying it's a democratic or a republic. Does that make sense? What is the democratic doing in this sentence or in this like phrase? I didn't have a government class, at least past like 5th grade. I guess it means that we elect them. But we don't, our votes don't count. Leader is elected, democracy, laws are made by vote. Republics can be non-democratic, like oligarchies, or ruled by the wealthy elite. Can be a republic, but not a democracy. We're getting into political philosophy, which is somehow more contentious than religious philosophy. Listen, I'm just trying to get my definition straight. Not asking if one's better than the other. But I understand how even that can be contentious. Theoretically, our votes count. No, I don't even think they count theoretically. Yeah, no, theoretically, I guess they do, yeah. In theory, it's supposed to work. Okay, so we're theoretically a democratic republic. Even the definitions can be contentious. Quick, define a Christian. Someone who follows Christ. Actually, I think the best definition of a Christian is someone who like calls Christ with reverence. I call him Christ because it's a thing of habit, you know? Representative democracies where people vote for representatives, not direct democracies where people vote on laws specifically. American and Roman Republic or a mix of the two. I mean, like, I spent 4 years doing religious studies and we never defined religion, you know? I call him the J-man with sarcasm. I don't know, I refer to him as Christ or Jesus. Just depends on, like, the context I'm talking in. I don't know. I think because, like, I think of Christ as his last name almost. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, that's his last name. What do we think the H stands for? I know this has been asked many times, but what does the H in Jesus H Christ stand for? I lean towards Herbert. Harambe? That's crazy. Holy? Jesus Harry Christ. Horatio goes hard. Yeah, see, Herbert's my guess. Herbert's just like a solid name for a man, you know? Like, I'd love to know an herb. A herb. You know? Just seems like he'd be a good guy. Okay, so the Roman Empire was a republic. Classic Roman civilization. What is this one? Wait, there's ancient Rome and then there's the Roman Republic? Oh. Excuse me? in modern historiography. What is historiography? Historiography. Oh, that's like doing the philosophy of religious studies. You're doing the philosophy of history. Oh, I knew people who did this. There is crack on screen. The Holy Roman Empire? Oh no. I did know that. But if you call him Joshua, nobody knows who he is. Did you know that his like actual name was Francis? He went by Fran most of the time. I learned a lot about Jesus in my time in school. I cared more about hating on Paul, the apostle. God, I hated Paul. My main beef with Paul, the apostle. We should call him Josh. That's true. Josh Christ. God, I'm sure somebody's done that character. My beef with Paul the Apostle is that he calls himself Paul the Apostle, despite the fact he was not one of the men in Jesus's retinue. He was not a true apostle. He didn't convert until 63 CE. Christ had been dead for 30 years. Bro, how are you going to be like, oh yeah, I know Jesus so well? My brother! In Christ! You didn't! There's a story I've heard about how James, Jesus's brother, got so mad at Paul that he made him shave his head at a temple one time. Also, if you've never read the apocryphal Gospels, you should. They're so funny. In one of them, Jesus kills the guy by looking at him, and his dad is like, excuse me? Bring that man back to life, Jesus. And Jesus is like, but he bumped into me, Dan. And Joseph is like, bring him back to life. And Jesus is like, okay, fine. And he brings the guy back to life. He also pushes a dude off a roof, another
Rome
kid.
goes like this. Founded as monarchy with a king, overthrew the kings and became a republic. Republic collapsed due to a civil war and an emperor gains power, stays an empire until it splits into two empires, then the western half gets conquered by Germanic tribes, then the eastern half gets conquered
by the Turks. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. What is it? It's like the gospel of Jesus, I think. It is Jesus just being a silly little guy. It is like I don't know. The Council of Nicaea was like, we can't have Jesus look like this, so they just declared them apocryphal. They were like, these texts aren't real. Just kidding. It's so funny to me. So funny to me. All right, we're back to watching. Oh yeah, there's also this guy who keeps writing about it like he was there, but he was born 100 years later. Like it's just this random dude's fanfic. Yeah.
At the Colosseum in ancient Rome.
Oh. Okay, so we're going to be watching the Roman Colosseum, what it was like to attend the games.
What would your day be like? Where would you get your tickets? Where would you sit? What would you actually see? And most importantly, what would you eat? It wouldn't be hot dogs and nachos, but rather something like these honeyed dates stuffed with nuts and pepper. So thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video as we spend a day at the Colosseum, this time on tasting history.
That sounds so good. I love dates. Dates are the best.
Panem et circenses. Bread and circuses. That's what the poet Juvenal said that the ancient Romans really wanted, and he meant it in a disparaging way, but I gotta say, food and entertainment, That's kind of all I want too. And should you ever find yourself in the ancient Roman Empire, the Colosseum could provide you with both of those things. The concession stands of the Colosseum offered chickpeas, nuts, fruits, sausages, little pastries, figs, grapes, peaches, cherries, berries, walnuts, olives, and melons. The poet Martial specifically called out a fondness for dates, such as are sold at the theaters. So I found a recipe for stuffed dates using the ancient Roman cookbook Apicius de Coquinaria. Remove the stones from dates and stuff with nuts, pine nuts, or ground pepper. Roll in salt, fry in cooked honey, and serve.
Oh.
Well, that's easy enough. Now, he calls these dulcia domestica, or homemade sweets. But in fact, most people would have probably bought these already made. Because in ancient Rome, especially in the city, having a kitchen in your own home was really quite a luxury, so most people got most of their food at the Thermopolia, which were basically ancient fast food restaurants. But since most people today do have kitchens in their homes, we can make these homemade sweets as well as a home-cooked meal from today's sponsor, HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a convenient way to get cooking at home, making more home-cooked meals. Partly because they deliver all of the ingredients to your door, so you're not even having to go to the grocery store, and all the ingredients come pre-portioned, so you're not having to do a lot of prep work, the most annoying part about the cooking process. The recipes are well written and they have step-by-step
I just thought it was
instructions
interesting
that
they were
anyone
similarly
can follow.
named.
So in no time, you have a home-cooked meal ready
She's
to
the
eat.
princess
Last
of
night, I made the
Thermopylae,
chicken
right?
sausage spaghetti bolognese with
Am
zucchini.
I wrong?
Wonderfully flavorful and very filling. A perfect
she?
meal to eat while sitting on the couch.
She's the
and
princess of
watching
Genovia!
And
Oh my
HelloFresh
god,
isn't
what am I
just for dinner,
talking
because they
about?
also have a lineup of breakfasts, from egg bites to cinnamon rolls. And right now, they are offering a free breakfast in every
I'm
box
canceling
for
myself
life.
for not
Just
knowing
go to
that she's the princess of
HelloFresh.com and use
Genovia.
code TASTINGHISTORYFREE for free breakfast for life. That's one breakfast item per box while the subscription is active. That's code
Thermopylae is a
TASTINGHISTORYFREE at
location in
HelloFresh.com
Greece?
for free breakfast for life.
Yeah,
Though if
sure.
it's ancient Roman snacks that you're looking for,
I got
well,
partner
I've got you
a
covered
month or
there.
two ago.
And for
Thank
that, what
you.
you'll need is 15 to 20 dates.
Thank you so
and you
much.
want a big date, like medjool dates, because they need to be big enough to get stuffed. Then 1 cup or 125 grams of walnuts, a 1/3 cup or 45 grams of pine nuts, and you can use either or nuts, walnuts or pine nuts, but I'm going to use both because why not? And then 1 teaspoon of black pepper. And I prefer long pepper because that was one of the popular peppers in ancient Rome. And it is
It's where
easy
300
to get if you
took
go
place,
online
yeah.
or an Indian grocery store. It's wonderful. It's a little bit different
Good,
from
thank
most
you.
of the peppers that you've tried, so try some long pepper. Then 1 cup or 235 milliliters of honey, and some fine sea salt for rolling the dates. So start by slicing the dates lengthwise on one side. Don't cut them all the way in half. You want to just cut them so they can hold the filling. Then grind the walnuts and pine nuts in a mortar. Now the recipe doesn't say what the texture is exactly supposed to be. You can make this into a really fine paste, like using a blender or something like that, but with a mortar and pestle it kind of is not quite as fine, and I like that because it adds to the texture. What you do want well crushed is the long pepper. The finer the better, because biting into a big old piece of pepper ain't great. Once the pepper is crushed, add in the nuts and mix all together until everything is evenly dispersed, and then take a date, open it up, and stuff in as much of that filling as you can. And you kind of want to pack it in there because otherwise it'll all fall out when it goes into the honey for cooking. Once it's filled, close up the date around it as best you can and continue this until all the dates are filled. Then take the dates one at a time and roll them in the salt. Again, fine salt is going to work best for this because you want it to stick to the outside. If you use like a kosher salt or something, it just doesn't stick. Once they're all coated, heat the honey in a saucepan. And you just want to bring it to a simmer with the foam rising in the middle, and you let it cook for about 10 minutes. And keep an eye on it because if it gets too hot, it will foam up and actually out of the pan, and you get a huge sticky mess that's just impossible to clean. I've been there, I've done that, and I do not recommend. So you just want a little bit of foam and let it cook for 10 minutes, and then you can start adding the dates into the honey. Now they're gonna open up a little bit, so make sure that the filling is on the top, otherwise the filling will all come out. And instead of rolling them around in the honey, kind of spoon the honey or push the honey up on top so it gets into the filling, but so that the filling doesn't fall out. Leave them to cook in the honey for about 45 seconds to a minute, and then take them out and set them on a plate or a piece of foil or parchment. And then let them cool completely. It'll take about 10 minutes, which is enough time for me to tell you about the rather tedious build that is the Lego Colosseum. The nice thing is that because it's kind of tedious, I had plenty of time to let my imagination run wild and wonder what it was like to actually visit the Colosseum in ancient Rome.
I love Redwall. Oof.
So you're going to the Colosseum. Lucky you. Just a few little things to cover before you head off. First of all, don't call it the Colosseum. Back in ancient Rome, they called it the Amphitheatrum Flavium, or Flavian Amphitheater, named after the imperial dynasty that ruled during its construction. The Colosseum likely refers to a statue, the Colossus Neronis, which was a massive statue of the Emperor Nero that stood near the amphitheater.
Isn't that the
Though
guy
at
that
some
played
point
violin
after
as
Nero
burned,
was
as
no
Rome
longer
burned?
popular, the Romans reskinned it so it would be Sol, the sun god. But as long as you see a colossal statue next to an amphitheater, you're in the right place. Now the second thing before you head off is that you need to make sure you got a ticket. Good news is they're free. Bad news is you're probably not going to get one. See, even though the Colosseum could hold around 50,000 spectators, some say it's actually closer to 70,000, the city had a population of nearly 1 million, and so not everyone was going to get a ticket. Now, some years there were lots and lots of games, so your chances were higher. Like in the year 106.
That was a myth? Nero did everything to try and stop Rome from burning? Yeah, but I heard Flavius say that Nero was like sitting, lounging in a chair, watching Rome burn, going hee hee, hoo hoo, ha ha. And like Flavius doesn't lie. So like I don't know why you would say that. Cause like I heard from Maximus too that Nero specifically was like, I can't believe those idiots burned. He was crazy. So I don't really know like why you're saying he didn't do that. Because I heard it from like 2 reliable sources, dude. Because he would sing and be an actor and be debaucherous. I thought the Romans liked that.
7, to celebrate his victory over the Dacians, the Emperor Trajan held games for 123 consecutive days with over 11,000 beasts and 10,000 gladiators entertaining the crowds. But most years they were only holding games on a handful of days throughout the entire year, usually around religious festivals like Saturnalia. But let's assume that they are holding games. How do you get a ticket? Well, just like going to the Super Bowl today, you need to know someone. See, while the tickets were free, they handed them out in big blocks to either guilds or very prominent people within the city. So maybe you're good friends with the head of the Praetorian Guard, not that Praetorian Guard, but the ones that guarded the emperor, and he could give you a ticket. Or, like me, you could be a miller, and one of the members of the Guild of Millers.
The Guild of Millers uses only the finest grains, true Roman bread for true Romans.
If neither of those avenues work, then they do have scalpers, so you could buy a ticket. It would just be a lot more expensive than you'd probably want to pay, seeing as they're free in the first place. But let's assume you finally get yourself a ticket. The tickets, called tesserae, were often lead tokens or shards of pottery with information etched on them. And the information that would be etched on these little pieces of lead or clay would be similar to what you'd find on a ticket today. You've got the entrance gate number that you go through, your level or section number, and then a row number. And knowing exactly what these are, where you would be, is important to know what you're going to bring with you. Basically, if you're not a senator or the emperor, you're going to want to bring a seat cushion with you because all of the benches are either marble or wood, and that's just not comfortable. Luckily, outside the Colosseum, there are stalls set up with vendors selling cushions called tomentum circense, or circus stuffing. This was basically just chopped up reeds that were stuffed in, so probably not super comfortable, but more comfortable than marble. While you're shopping, you could also pick up some tchotchkes, like statues of gladiators, or if you could afford it, a vial of gladiator blood or sweat, the sweat being a popular addition to cosmetics. And you'd also want to get yourself some snacks. Most of the vendors outside sold sausages or pastries or little sweets like the ones that we're making today, and you could get things inside as well, but I'm guessing, just like today, the prices were always inflated inside the theater. So you got your cushion, you got your tchotchkes, and you got your snacks. Now you gotta find your entrance, and there were 80 of them, so it might take a while. 2 gates were reserved for the imperial family and others of very high rank, and then another 2 were used by gladiators. These were the Porta Triumphalis, or Door of Victory, and the Porta Libitinaria, or Door of Death. But more than likely, you would use one of the other 76 entrances. Then once you're in, you just have to find your section, which was all delineated by
ogling the
class.
gladiators,
The lowest
yeah.
section, closest to the action, was called...
Dude, if I was back in the Roman times, I would be sitting with the girls, sipping wine, being like, okay, so like if you were to like, I don't know, make like a tier list of the gladiators, you know, like where would you put them? Like, what are you guys thinking? You know? Like, what, like, not that we're like ranking them or anything. Oh, yeah, no, he definitely be B tier. Oh, no, he died yesterday, no, but he definitely still would be C tier, yeah.
The podium, and this is where you would sit if you were a senator or a priest or a Vestal Virgin. These were like the private boxes
What's a
at a
Vestal
football
Virgin?
game.
Vestal Virgin. Virgin goddess of Rome's sacred hearth and its flame. They were chosen before puberty from several suitable candidates, freed from any legal ties and obligations to their birth family, and they were nuns. Huh. Was it like a bad time? We are, yeah. Imagine your S tier loses next fight, how embarrassing. I mean, we're not ranking them by like how good they are. You know? I'll keep that one in mind, Lawrence. Thank you. Their sexual partners, if known, were publicly beaten to death. Oh. I mean, it seems like they were just chilling. Okay, I know where they are now.
And I'm assuming where Taylor Swiftess would sit. Then at the center of one of the long sides of the Colosseum, like the 50-yard line, sat the Emperor, along with his family and guests. Now the great thing about this section, the podium, is not only were you closer to the action, but also you didn't have to sit on benches. The senatorial class and the imperial family were wealthy enough that they just brought in their own plush cushioned chairs, like carting in a lazy boy to the show. Sadly for us, we're probably not part of the senatorial class, and so all we've got is our little seat cushion stuffed with reeds. Now, if you're not a senator, but you are part of the equestrian class, well, then you would be fortunate enough to sit in the second tier, the Menianum Primum. These seats would have been made of marble, and there would be a big wall behind you separating you from the rabble in the upper levels. But let's face it, most of us would be the rabble in the upper levels. There was the Menianum Secundum Imum, and this is where the plebeian males of Rome would sit. Then the Menianum Secundum Summum, which is where non-citizens, the very poor, and the slaves would sit. Both of these sections were probably a lot less roomy than the lower sections, and they would have less vendors going up and down the aisles selling wine and different snacks. Luckily, we brought our own. Now there is one more section at the very, very top, a 15-story hike up to the pinnacle of the Colosseum. This was the Mesianum Summum in Legnis, and this section was reserved for women. Not only did you have to climb 15 stories, but then they usually didn't have enough seats, so a lot of the women had to stand the entire time, and you couldn't really see or hear what was going on in the arena. But on the plus side, you were the first person to get shade. See, one of the biggest dangers about seeing something at the Colosseum was not a rogue wild animal or somebody throwing a javelin into the audience. No, it was sunstroke. That is why the Velarium was so important. This was a huge canopy or awning that could be stretched out across the top of the Colosseum, giving shade to those below. But as it didn't come all the way to the center, many of the people closest to the center didn't get the benefit of the shade during certain parts of the day. So the wealthiest people wouldn't actually get the shade. So if you are in the best seats, hopefully you brought your umbraculum. These were parasols used for a little personal shade. Now, while sitting down in those lower sections was great because you could be closer to the emperor, sometimes it was not so great because you could be closer to the emperor. And depending on the emperor, that might not be a good thing. Best case scenario, he might mock you for eating at the games. The Emperor Augustus, while watching the games at the Circus Maximus, just down the way from the future Colosseum, once saw a military man that he knew eating during the games, and then, quite rudely, he said to the man, "If I want to dine, I go home." To which the man eating sent a cheeky response, saying, "Yes, but you are not afraid of losing your seat." I guess Augustus was an emperor that you could give some lip without a lot of repercussions. That was not the case with the Emperor Domitian. Now, I did a video on Domitian and his cruelty during a specific banquet, the Black Banquet, but it seems that he was even worse at the Colosseum. One day, while watching a bout between two gladiators at the Colosseum, a man was overheard saying that a Thracian gladiator might be a match for the Murmilio, but not for the patron of the games. Basically, he was implying that the emperor had kind of set things up to favor the gladiators that he liked. And Domitian, never one to overreact, had the man dragged from his seat and, with a placard around his neck reading "A Thracian supporter who spoke evil of his emperor," he was thrown into the arena and torn to pieces by dogs. So if after a few glasses of wine you get a little loose in the lips, maybe it's best that you're not sitting down by the emperor. Though, no matter where you sit, everybody in the arena gets the same show. The day would open with...
I'm the one sitting, super close, being like, "Take off your pants! Take off that slutty little skirt thing you wear! Take it off! Come on, do it! Do it!"
with the pompa, which was a parade around the arena. There were trumpeters,
know.
water organists, and drummers leading a procession of animals like elephants, horses, and oxen. Then acrobats and dancers. Statues of the gods would be carried in on litters, nobles and soldiers in chariots, and finally the editor, or person in charge of arranging the games, along with his entourage, and of course the gladiators, who later in the day would fight for the enjoyment of the audience. Following the pompa was the venationes, or hunt of the wild beasts. Bears, elephants, giraffes, crocodiles, wild dogs, lions, and other big cats would be let into the arena. Some would do tricks or were parts of...
Okay, here's my question for you guys. What do you think is the best representation of what happens in what happened in a Colosseum? Like, movie-wise. I want to see it.
Skits that had scenery and costumes, and people would come out and interact with the animals. It was a whole big thing. And then often they were part of the hunt, and this would be where people went in and hunted the animals, sometimes ending in the animal's demise and sometimes that of the hunter. After this, it was time for the halftime show, the Meridiani, though instead of today a pop singer coming out and singing all of their greatest hits, it was a time for public executions. Very often this meant damnatio ad bestias, or condemnation to beasts, where criminals, prisoners of war, or other people who just annoyed the emperor were put to death by wild animal. Sometimes it was not the wild animals doing the killing, but other condemned persons, forced to fight each other for the enjoyment of the audience. Seneca wrote about this barbaric practice, saying that they had to fight each other with weapons but weren't given helmets or armor of any kind. The spectators insist that each, on killing his man, shall be thrown against another to be killed in his turn, and the eventual victor is reserved by them for some other form of butchery. The only exit for the contestants is death. Fire and steel keep the slaughter going, and all this happens while the arena is virtually empty. And he says that the arena was virtually empty because most of the audience took this time to go get lunch or use the facilities or book some time with one of the many, many prostitutes working in the lower levels of the Colosseum. But they all came back following the executions because it was time for the most anticipated portion of the day. In fact, many people didn't even come to the show until this portion of the games. It was called the munera and typically involved several dozen pairs of gladiators fighting, sometimes to the death, but especially if they were good and popular with the crowd, not to the death. So I've done an entire video on gladiators, so I won't rehash too much,
You
but I
have?
will make sure that that is the video that pops up after this. But suffice it to say, in ancient Rome, gladiators were held in high esteem. They were the celebrities and the top athletes of the day. Now, as the games were, among other things, a way for the emperor to curry favor with his people, there were always some little surprise gifts during the games. Sometimes it was perfume that was sprayed out over the entire audience using a system of sparciones. It was like modern-day misters, but instead of just water, it was perfumed water, sometimes with saffron or balsam. And sometimes it would rain not water, but prizes.
Dude, imagine finding out that day that you were allergic to saffron or balsam. Poof.
Were called sparsio missilium, and they were little wooden balls shot into the audience, t-shirt cannon style. The balls were vouchers inscribed with prizes to be collected from the sponsor of the games. Cassius Dio said that the Emperor Titus gave out little wooden balls variously inscribed, one designating some article of food, another clothing, another a silver vessel, or perhaps
Gladiator
a gold
teams were
one,
Roman
or
idol
again,
groups, and no
horses,
one can
pack
convince me
animals, cattle,
otherwise.
or
Yes.
slaves. In one instance, the recipient even got an entire apartment in the city. But should you get a hold of one of these balls, you wanted to get out of the Colosseum as quick as possible, because some of these prizes have already been torn to pieces in the hands of those who try to snatch them. The most sensible man, therefore, runs from the theater as soon as he sees the little gifts being brought in, for he knows that one pays a high price for small favors. Basically, it was safer for you to get out of the Colosseum altogether before the prizes even start getting shot into the audience. Now, maybe not as flashy as an entire apartment, another thing that might be shot into the audience, raining down, was food. Biscuits and melting pastries, Amerian fruit not overripe, must cakes and bursting dates from invisible palms were showering down. And now everyone, be he rich or poor, boasts himself the emperor's dinner guest. Bursting dates raining down from the sky. Bursting dates, perhaps, like the ones I'm about to eat right now. And here we are, honeyed dates stuffed with nuts and pepper. So you've got to let them cool because at first they are just super, super sticky. They're still sticky once they're cooled, but not as sticky. Like, it's actually not that bad, especially if they're raining down on you. Oh, what a mess. Here we go. That's really good. That's really, really good. So the most surprising and pleasant flavors in
They
here
look like they fuck, so true.
are simply the salt and pepper, because it's a lot of sweet. Between the dates and the honey, you get a lot of sweet. Also, you want the texture of those nuts. Don't grind them up into a fine paste. Have a little texture. But to counteract the sweet, that pepper and salt, I think it's really, really important. They're not over peppery. There's a little heat from it. They're not overly salty.
That's good.
It's a perfect,
a lot of
perfect
salt.
match.
It's in his
they
cookbook.
are really, really good.
I really need to get
So these are way simple to make. They're easy to find all the ingredients. So give it a shot.
The texture of the nuts, very
It's
important.
definitely worth it. And I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Well, that was great. Yeah, we learned about the Pokemon ones last time. There's Machop. Oh, we need to watch some Adam Savage stuff soon. Save that to... Now here's a video. I ate nothing but World War II rations for 3 days. Oof, that's crazy. That sounds fun. Can arrows defeat armor? Okay, my recommendations are getting better and better. Thank you guys for watching that video with me. It was really good. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe. I also have memberships available if you'd like to support me financially. Thank you. You're the best. Mwah. Come follow me on twitch.tv/Gremlin Mae. Steve, you can't go wrong with rations with Steve 1989. What a name, dude. I love that they're just pictures of the MREs. Oh, have you guys seen this one with Adam Savage? This this suit of armor is so incredible, dude. I love this video with him. He's so giddy in it too. I just love Adam Savage so much. He's so great. So he reviews MREs? That's the channel? Oh, this is from 2018. 1969. Nice. He's been doing this for 10 years? That's crazy. Wow. And they're still okay to eat? I want to see what this one looks like. Hopefully this won't resemble your MREs at all.
This is the meal combat individual, or a lot of guys just simply dubbed the C ration, in service from 1959 to 1980 before being replaced by the meal ready to eat, or MRE. This thing had a 21-year service time, which is a pretty good length for any military ration. From 1959 to 1971, they had cigarettes in the accessory packets. Now we're going to check this one out. This one has cigarettes, so it was made from 1971 or before. We'll find out the year, because a lot of times these cans have lot codes. Check out the old school spoon there.
Okay, listen, this is just coming from a place of I'm impressed. Nothing else. The vascularity on that man's hands and forearms is crazy for the fact he is not currently pumped. That's crazy, brother. I don't know if I've ever seen that many veins on somebody.
Because a lot of times
nurses must love him.
Codes. Check out the old school spoon there. And here's the accessory packet. Check that out. Cigarettes, matches, chewing gum, toilet paper, coffee.
Wait till you
instant,
see the
cream,
guy.
substitute, sugar, salt, and a interdental stimulator. Packaged by Cadillac Products Incorporated. Now, I'm not sure of the year yet, but we're going to find out on one of these cans. Oh boy, a B2 unit that looks to be bulging slightly. Alright, this one here, it's from January.
Can I just say, yeah, it's not good to diagnose people on the internet, but this is just such a great example of somebody who's very autistic about something. The excitement in his voice pulling out that can is crazy.
1969.
I think you can be autistic about something without being autistic, but you know.
That was like right at the peak of action during the Vietnam War. So this is definitely a Vietnam War ration, that's for sure. Ooh, look at that black tar. Like, it definitely either is leakage from another can or from this. Oh gosh, spaghetti with ground meat. It's not even like they tell you what meat. I guess they do. Beef.
Beef?
But why do they say with ground meat. Why not ground beef? Oh, I don't know. It's always...
Ash, thank you so much. Thank you for subscribing in tier 2. 7 months of being a goober. Thank you, dude. Thank you. You are helping the PP to grow. Oof. Could you turn it up a little bit? Yeah, I can.
That mystery. Packed by
Is that better?
Tony Downs Food Company, St. James, Minnesota. Nice. So, listen to that. Ugh, gosh. I don't know. Alright, let's see what else is in here. First off, get a good look at the inside of that box. You see, they have it separated with these cardboard parts here, so these cans can have slight protection. There's not much to it. Oh, that's an interesting lock code. Check that out. This is a pecan cake roll. I can almost guarantee the nuts are going to be rancid in that bad boy. Yeah, you know, nuts usually don't hold up in a ration anywhere past probably 10 to 15 years. So with this ration being about 47 years old, I can almost guarantee this pecan cake roll is no good because those nuts are gonna be rancid. So there you go. Pretty simple looking ration. I mean, this B2 unit probably has a cheese spread in there. I can always tell because of this bulge. I mean, like, the cheese spread's gonna be, like, ghastly at the very least. Well, that's looking pretty good. Let's get that out on a tray. Nice. Alright, so first off, we're gonna bust out that P38 can opener. Check this thing out. Super handy. You've probably already seen it.
He just loves his MREs, dude.
You can always count on them. I've never had a malfunction with a P38.
I just love somebody that's super passionate about it, you know?
Open these things from the bottom, because you know what? You want to wash these cans out and save them. You don't throw away that history.
You don't throw away that history.
By opening it.
That's so cool! I mean, it seems like it will take forever, but that's so cool how that works.
Oh man, I can smell that sauce. I'm surprised the tomato sauce didn't eat through this can already. Oh man. Ugh, look at that.
Ugh, he's got to stop making that
so
noise.
Acidic, sour. Ooh, yeah, there we go. Hey, look at that. Very little. Check that out. I don't think there's any rust in that can. You don't see that every day. Usually the tomato sauce will eat through the can. Oh.
He's just having the best time, dude.
Grab another peek.
He's got so many of those.
Alright, we're gonna bust into that in a sec. I just want to.
We're gonna bust into that. No, don't, brother, don't.
Takes this one away.
Hi, Drea. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Oh no.
What is that? Alright.
Oh, stop making those noises.
Let's do it here. No turning back now.
Oh. No turning back now. It takes a little while. I think it's a cool little, thing.
I can smell cheese. Oh no, what am I getting myself into here?
Oh, dump it out, dude. Dump it out, brother. No, do it. Just do it. Come on.
Man, oh, jeez.
Come on, brother.
Oh, man.
Show it to us. Give it to me. Oh!
Yeah, those crackers. First off, I'll show you the crackers. They're all soft. They're gonna be like, they're dark. Okay, they're not supposed to be that dark, and they're probably gonna be like soggy. Yeah, they feel soggy.
They feel soggy.
Why do I do this sometimes? I just wonder.
He can smell it through the can? Oh, it's cheese spread!
Ugh. If type 1 wasn't bad enough. Why? Look at that. They always burst. I'm telling you, cheese from the 60s just doesn't hold up.
Oh, you think, Steve?
You know what?
1969,
I feel like I need to wear a
baby.
mask. One sec. Okay, that's way better. You know, I should have been doing this a long time ago.
He went to get a mask? Put on gloves, my guy.
Those bulged rims here. It's like really hard to get.
Number one, you need to
past
hide
that.
those
I'm like
that vascularity
1
from me.
millimeter
But
at a
number
time
two,
here.
protect your hands.
This is the nastiest smell. I'm telling you. I smell some things. There's just something about this that takes the cake. Gnarly. I wonder what the difference between spread type 2 and spread type 1 and still smell that even with the mask. The things I do.
The things I do. Thank you, Steve.
on,
Can I get
thing.
some salutes, some 07s
This
for
thing
Steve?
definitely has black mold in it, my guess. Alright. The verdict. Oh yeah, there you go. I
Oh.
can smell that through the mask. Okay, you know what? This is gonna be the death of me one day. Alright. This goes in the trash. That's the last time I open up another cheese spread. My room stinks. And I mean
Last
bad.
time.
I went and took the mask off. I must be like, you know what? These crackers probably smell like it. Oh man, dude, I feel like I gotta smoke a cigarette just to get the bad smell of the cheese out, and the cigarette doesn't smell good. You know that's bad. All right, let's open up that pecan cake roll. Oh, jeez.
Shut up, Steve. You love it.
Hey, that kind of smells nice. You know, to cover up the smell of cheese spread from 47 years ago that's gone foul long ago, you open up a pecan cake roll with rancid nuts and weird fruity, I can't explain it, to cover it up, and then afterwards
He's a
you burn
northerner, I can
47-year-old
tell.
cigarette. Oh man.
Pecan. It's
I'd rather
pecan,
eat
baby.
an old lime green jelly bar block than open up another one of those cheese spreads. That's it. That's it. Unless I open up outside next time.
That's it.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay, Steve. We forgive you.
All right.
Plop it out.
Now,
Plop
this
it out,
smells
baby.
like nice, pleasant cinnamon and rancid nuts.
Show it to me.
Which I find to be quite the relief compared to, all right. Come on now. All right, let's get it out with the spoon.
Exactly
This
10
isn't gonna be
years
a
old to the day?
100%
It is!
smooth extraction, but you know what? We gotta get it out anyway. Come on, thing. Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah, that wasn't cool. Yeah, I can see the nuts are real dark in there. They're definitely rancid. I could smell it too. There's a specific kind of smell to it. It smells like fruit. It's like, it smells like
weird.
a dark, like raisiny kind of fruit with then
I don't think
like
I've
this
ever smelled a
pungent
rancid
other
nut.
thing
Have you
that's going
guys?
on that I can't describe at all. Other than it smells like rancid nuts. Yeah, this thing's totally stuck.
What a coinky
And I
dink,
mean-
yeah.
Jeez, it like swelled in there. Alright.
It's not great. Okay.
Oh. Here. Let's see
I
if
eat
this
nuts way
makes a
too fast.
difference.
They're never gonna go rancid around me.
It's all greasy and stuff. Alright. Hate to do it to the top, but
It's okay, Steve.
you know, sometimes you have to.
We understand.
Thing. You know, it's just not coming out. It's not coming out. It's totally stuck in there. And that's that. It's just not happening. Just picture this thing out of the can, okay? It's
Steve,
just a
you
little
could get it
circular
out.
roll. I can't get it out of the can. If I were
No,
going to eat
Steve, you
this thing, if
could.
the nuts weren't rancid in it and completely disgusting from probably 20 years ago, I would just eat it with a spoon straight out of there. That's how I'd do it. If it were stuck back then, which I can imagine it wouldn't be stuck if it weren't so swelled.
He sounds kind of
It's
pissed
just-
off about
it expanded. All right. Ooh. Bon appetit. Oh. Ugh.
He's
There's
not
just
gonna heat
something
this up
about
or
all this
anything?
that just never ceases to it. Oh. You know what? That's a lot of weird looking spaghetti. All right. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's all sorts of
He's not gonna eat
there.
it?
Look at that. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna.
He's not gonna. What do you mean he's not gonna eat it? I came here to watch this man eat it. What do you mean he's not gonna eat it? It's a review. It's a review of the MRE. What?
I'm gonna eat this because it's definitely foul. Okay.
Maybe that would actually kill
Small
him?
sour like this.
That sounds like a skill issue, dude.
Oh yeah, it's totally not edible. Oh boy, this has been a doozy so far. I'm not gonna try and get that pecan cake roll out. I'm sorry. It's completely stuck in there, that pecan cake roll. With that being said, alright.
I'm not gonna lie, I did spend this whole video genuinely thinking that he was gonna eat it, and I was very worried for him.
This is a pretty nice amount of spaghetti and meat sauce. This is probably one of the better entrees. It sure beats ham and lima beans or turkey loaf. From what I've heard and talked to guys, those were your worst. Now, anybody in the comments, if you want to tell anybody who's curious of what ham and lima beans was dubbed, yeah,
Oh, no.
ham and something else. All right, this is getting out of here. Then we're gonna check out the accessory packet. All right, this is the only part I can imagine is still gonna be good from this thing. There's no way I was gonna try a pecan cake roll. The rancidity on that was just past any sort of safe point. I'm telling you, it'll swell your tongue to where you literally, like, you lift your tongue.
Okay, he tries one from 1902, but he wouldn't eat the one from 1969? Well, okay, I gotta watch that one, because I gotta find out why he ate that instead of this one.
Yep. It will squirt saliva like
Was
a
it like
spitting
pemmican?
cobra. Been there, done that, not doing it again. It'll make you sick. Alright. Let's check this out. Oh,
I thought
smells
that was like
mint
sauce.
And hydrogenated oils. I love it. And you got Marlboro. Oh yeah. Old school Marlboros. Cream substitute. Still feels fine. Coffee instant. Perfectly good.
Wow.
Sugar. Looking good. Salt.
Dude, what a
All right,
pack.
down the line here. Look at the old school toilet paper.
No, I wouldn't eat it.
I honestly say this is far superior to your modern toilet paper because, okay, I'll show you. You don't have to like unravel every leaflet of it. It's like, see, it's so much easier to use out in the field. It was, and it smells like mint, and I love it.
Did he
It's
just smell it?
because of the gum in there.
Don't smell
I
the
just-
toilet paper, bro.
Yeah, nice. Matches, back when they were so good, you could just lightly glide them on the striker, and they did their thing. Chiclets. Oh,
Chiclets!
Yeah. Those chiclets are going to be really good, I just know it. And here's the cool one. Stimudents. Interdental stimulator. Clean teeth immediately after eating. Directions. Moisten in mouth. Thorough.
What?
Use pointed end to clean gently between the teeth with flat side next to gum. Sorry, it's a little hard to read. Chew blunt end to separate fibers, then use to brush teeth. Made in the USA. Nice.
Thank
Super
you.
nice. Actually, let's just check that
This
out
is
right
so
now,
cool.
because it's so cool. Okay. So, Stimudent, eh? You know what? I'm just gonna... Oh, heck.
I
Just
didn't
get in
expect him
there.
to eat it. I
Got
do
a
want to
few
make
of
that
these.
so clear.
No biggie.
I totally understand why he
Whoops.
didn't.
Anyway. Check this out. Look at those weird little things. They should still have these, I believe. I mean, even though most guys had their toothbrush anyway. Chew the blunt end. And nice. Oh, wow. It works. Yeah, you just, I mean, it's not like fraying outward like a toothbrush, but it would take you probably 5 minutes to brush your teeth, but you, oh wow, there's mint. Well, that's nice. This other one, it's just like balsa wood or something. It's a nice, like, I don't know. It's pretty cool. And this
It's pretty
side you can use
cool.
as a toothpick. Oh yeah.
Natura
Does the
Pine
trick.
1969 edition.
Well, that looks nice. Alright, let's make a little coffee, shall we? I don't know if it's actually 8
He is gonna
ounces
try
here.
the
It might be a
coffee.
little less. Third of a canteen. Was this United Instant? Yeah, United Instant. I can tell now just by the way the text is laid out. That's always fun.
That's always
Let's check
fun.
this out.
God, this guy's
Coffee
great.
Instant.
Is that water even hot?
How about some creamer? Smooth it out a little.
Oh, I don't think I'd use the creamer.
Yeah, that's perfect. I love when creamer lasts indefinitely. There's a little bit of a tinge to it, the smell. Well, nothing some sugar can't take care of. Yeah.
It's got a little bit of a smell to it, but it'll be fine.
Looking nice and light with a clump of some creamer in the mix. That's always a class act. Not bad. Oh yeah. That's better than Taster's Choice. Let's enjoy a cigarette. Get that cheese smell out of the room.
Brother, pack it first! Brother! No.
That smells so nice. Gosh. Slight spearmint odor to it.
Creamer, I hardly brewed her.
Alright, let's turn it over. Alright.
Creamer? Creamer?
You know,
This is... That is not the man I expected. It was like getting flashbanged. Oh, wow. That was so good. Oh, that was so funny. The haircut is taking me out, dude. The haircut is taking me out. Oh, word. Oh, that's so funny. I don't know. I didn't expect that haircut. I don't know why. I thought he was gonna have like a high and tight. I thought he was gonna have a military haircut. I think that's the only thing that took me out, was that I expected him to have a military haircut for some reason.
I mean, it's actually, you got some of that spearmint flavor on the draw.
The room.
I haven't had a
You're right.
sea ration Marlboro in like a year. Like,
That did light so easily.
oh yeah.
Okay, his vascularity now makes complete sense given his build.
Oh man. Nice and smooth.
Oh, he desperately wants to put his hand in his belt.
Thanks,
Just do it,
G-Schultz,
brother.
for the shirt. Super cool, man. I opened up a package from G-Schultz. He gave me 2 meal kit supply MREs and this Big Trouble Little China shirt. Oh yeah. Ooh, that's a nice hard hitter too. Even with the filter. I'm not sure what year they started putting filters on these cigarettes, but check this out, right? These came out of a food packet of salt. Bought them from a lady. Look at that. These will be coming up sometime. Oh yeah, look at that kid. Chesterfields. We already know those are good. And got some more Camels. Not as enjoyable as the Camel or the Chesterfield. I'll say that, but it has that Marlboro trademark to it, and it's very smooth. With some smooth coffee. If it's not your thing, back in the day, you could trade it up for some peaches or a pound cake. That's always nice. It's one thing you can count on with an old MCI. It's the smokes. I don't smoke.
What? What? What is it? Why did he turn to the camera? Why is he making such intense eye contact with me?
Count on with an old MCI. It's the smokes. I don't smoke cigarettes, but when I do, they're at least 45 years old. So with that being said, let's check out the chiclets and conclude
It's taking me out, dude.
Oh, it's a plastic.
Oh, it's killing me.
Watch this, right? Not hard, not brutally. That's a good one. Freshen up that palate after having a nice cup of coffee and a smoke. Have some chewing gum, maybe later. Brush your teeth. Alright, that's the Meal Combat Individual Spaghetti with ground meat with a B2 unit with a deathly cheese in it. This is Steve1989 off MREinfo.com. Hope you liked the video. I'll be coming back at you with something old. Alright, or new. Cool.
Cool. This was incredible. This was great. You know how people talk about the crisis of men, how there's no good modern masculine role models? Steve is right there. Okay, well, I was gonna say, I think the thing that took me out looking at Steve, a man who reviews MREs, is that I've seen too many men on the internet who are into this kind of thing, who look a little bit like Steve, who also casually hate women. And like, you know, it's kind of always a toss-up. Always a bit of a toss-up, so you gotta be a little cautious, you know? You can't just be like, oh, this guy's real cool. But it seems like I've got a lot of vouches about him being a great guy, a really good masculine role model. Man seems to just love his MREs, you know? But, you know, as a woman on the internet, you gotta be kind of careful. I've met men like this in real life that will then just say a racial slur within the next 2 minutes of meeting them. And so you gotta be a little careful. You gotta temper your expectations. So the fact that you guys are saying that Steve's a good guy, that's really exciting, and I love that. So thank you guys for recommending this video to me. I will definitely be watching more of Steve's content. This was incredible. We're probably gonna watch him play do the 1902 one. Steve is actually the chillest ever. That is super sick to hear. That makes me extremely happy. Like, the thing is, I'm always hoping they turn out to be Steve. Yeah, I'm always hoping they turn out to be a perfect gentleman. So, you know, that's great. Anyway, I just missed ads, and I do have to go to the bathroom. I didn't want to, like, pause, go to the bathroom, come back, finish the video with 2 minutes left. So, you've never heard nobody say anything bad about Steve ever? Incredible. Gosh, cinema. Well, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick and get some nuts that are not rancid. And we'll be right back to watch that 1902 video. All right. BRB! I'm back. I went and got peanut butter pretzels, actually. So. Alright. Let's find... Is it this one? Okay, so we're going to be watching his British second War MRE review. I also am going to be eating some peanut butter pretzels. I'm sorry if I talk with my mouth full. That's a big one. That's... I love that. Boer. Okay, Boer War.
This is the Second Boer War British Armed Forces Emergency Ration Field Service. It was produced anywhere between 1899 and 1902. Now it weighs 11 ounces.
That's not metal? That's leather? Oh!
Or 311 grams. There's a soldered cap on both sides. Check that out. You're supposed to be able to grab it by a ring that was attached right here, and you peel away. This one has a ring.
He said it was soldered. That has to be metal.
That broke off years ago, so someone decided to not open it. Now, by the early 1880s, the British Army began developing a more portable ration that could provide ample sustenance to soldiers in combat that are cut off from normal supply. This was produced by the Bovril Company of London. There were several variations of this ration made by Bovril during the Boer War, and many ended up as Royal Navy surplus emergency supply and were used nearly 20 years later in World War I. Alright, so again, there's a paper label that would have said on the front, right here and right here. This ration is not to be opened except by order
This
of
is
an
not the
officer
hardtack.
or an
Okay.
extremity. It's to be carried in the haversack and produced at inspections, etc. The ration is calculated to maintain strength for 36 hours if eaten in small quantities at a time. To open the package, tear off the band in the center where 2 tins will be found, one containing 4 ounces of concentrated beef and the other containing 4 ounces of cocoa paste. Instructions for use are on the lids of the tins. The standard British ration during the Boer War was tin stews and meat hash, tin beans, meat, fish, poultry, all canned, evaporated and sweetened condensed milk, and hardtack. Those were your common food items. So this is pretty much the original survival ration. Let's give it a look. Wow. I don't think that this is going to be edible, but look at that. So these are lids on it. There we go. This piece will end up getting me cut. It'll make it impossible to open the thing. Alright, so let's get this out on your tray. Nice. Okay, well, when your ration's about 20 years older than the 100-year-old mess kit that it's on, concentrated beef, 4 ounces. Remove lid. The beef can be eaten dry with or without biscuit. Dump a fourth of the contents of this tin in boiled water for about an hour, and it will make 1 pint of excellent beef tea. It's going to be very difficult to open. This is going to be potentially impossible to open without damaging the can or cutting myself or something. That's no big deal. It's totally worth it. There we go. Look at that. There's your concentrated beef from probably 1899. Whoa, it still smells like beef. Oh, it smells so foul and... oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Nice. Look at that. So then
nice.
Hot cocoa. This has a nice rattle to it. Cocoa paste, 4 ounces. The contents can be eaten dry with or without biscuit.
So it's just protein and
1/4 of
carbs.
the contents simmered for
Protein, fat, and
1/4 of
carbs.
an hour in
Got
1
all your
pint
macros
of
right there,
water
boys.
will make liquid cocoa of good strength. Well, it's not going to be edible anymore, that's for sure. And corroded through. I mean, unfortunately, this is the one where it has the pinholes. You see that? I mean, it's not
even coming
out
out.
either. You're going to have
Oh.
to scoop these out. I'm not sure if I'm going to eat anything. There's probably no real point. You know, that's okay, though. I do not mind that whatsoever. You know, this is the sort of thing that it's just incredible, absolutely incredible to be able to see something like this. Wow.
Oh, that beef is so. Oh.
That doesn't look so bad under there.
He's scraping it away. That's crazy, dude.
That literally smells like metallic beef jerky. That's
Oh, metallic beef
incredible.
jerky.
Look at how it really is. It's like it's concentrated.
It's like
dried
watching a zip
beef.
being popped. Yeah, I
And
can't
don't
look
even think
away.
It's like bouillon. It might be a little bit more to it than just that. I can't imagine this being all that different back when it was still considered fresh. I can't imagine it looking any different, really. I'm going to scrape through this surface here, and then I'm going to get to some part that might be edible. Look at that.
Steve.
It's looking better and
Steve, who
better
hurt
as it
you?
goes on there. I'm not going to be able to help
Steve.
myself. I'm going to have to try it out. I mean, once I get past that. Ugh, that stuff on the outside
I
smells
mean,
like metal.
I've shaved
and
toast
rot.
that I accidentally
Then
burned.
once
That's
you get
about
through
it.
that,
Oh, I shouldn't have just eaten peanut butter pretzels. Oh, they're gonna come back up, dude.
yeah,
I'm
that's
so
not
glad he
bad
didn't
right
eat the
there.
last one.
There's like foul, totally like messed up parts of this, and then there's like a center that's still good. There's
Just a
like
little
the
off the
edges
top.
here. I'm noticing it's all coming out easier, and it's like no good. You know, the edges got hit by metal and moisture and who knows what. Something permeated, but then the center of this seems like it might be okay. So that's really good.
The beef in this is older than
Just gonna
several
keep
countries. Oh,
chiseling away at this, and
because it's
I'm
dried.
determined to find
I
a
can see
part
that.
that might be acceptable for consumption. And now we have a dried beef bar. Look at that. That's the coolest thing. That's a landmark right there. Alright, so what I'm going to do is this here. I know this is ridiculous, but I'm going to save that.
He's gonna
can't
save
help
that?
myself. I can't throw any of this away. I'm going to save every bit of dirt and dust and rust and whatnot from this ration. And I'm going to do what I can to put this thing back together, kind of resolder it. Because it could use some restoration. Now look at that. That, oh, smells like metal and beef and... I'm going to make a beef porridge out of this. Now this is totally inedible. I'm not even going to try and mess with the chocolate. My apologies. That part there, I hope you can understand. It's just going to be like eating rust and dirt and danger. Yeah, this though, this is history in more ways than one. Okay, so I kind of chiseled off a little bit more off camera here. But look at that, it kind of has a wood shaving look to it. That is from the Boer War. And this is in significantly better condition than I expected. This side got no corrosion, and it made it. It made it through all that time. I think it's like dried, shredded, you know, pulverized beef. I'm glad that these were separate containers. They didn't react with each other, component-wise. And then also, because this one had the corrosion, that would have transferred to the other one potentially, and you would have had 2 compromised components instead of just one. I mean, this here is
Cue
a
the
shame.
sudden cut to a
this
hospital
here is
visit.
absolutely, this part, I might not even do much with this other than maybe just... Oh yeah, look at...
Oh.
It's like a rock. You could chisel it, and it has a slight chocolate smell to it, but it smells more like dirt and metal. Really, there's not much you can do with the chocolate.
It's okay, Steve.
Wow.
We forgive you.
It's just...
William McKinley was
really no
president
point
when
in
this was
messing with
made.
that thing.
Oof.
Alright, so let's get to preparing this. I just gotta get all of the stuff that has gotten moisture to it scraped out. Like, I see some stuff here that turned color. It's like almost reddish. Like orange. Let's get that
I kind of
off
just
there.
need him to
I
eat
think
it already,
reacted
dude.
with the metal and some potential air and moisture that got in. This is one of the most fascinating things. Look at that old beef. That is old pulverized dry beef. This is not like standard beef bouillon. This is 120-year-old beef jerky, essentially. Isn't that something?
Why is it hairy?
Here we go. That right there actually looks pretty good. I don't know what to do. It's like
Watching this video is like going through
wanna
stages
try
of
a bite.
grief.
Yeah, that is just truly a bizarre food discovery, if you ask me. Pretty much doesn't get any weirder than this, really. I mean, like, when was the last time one of these was eaten, I wonder? I mean, when was the last time someone even opened one? Okay, like...
He's got a shirt that says Clean Plate Club.
Sorry, it's just oddly nerve-wracking. Could something be living in this? I mean, did you see how it's kind of spilling over on the lid? I mean... I'm sorry. I'm gonna let that kind of settle on my tongue for a second. That literally tastes like dirt. That little piece was broken off. Hold on, let me just take a little less of a wimpy bite.
Oh, Steve!
What is that in there? Hold on, I gotta look at this thing. Sorry. I don't mean to be like playing with my food, but yeah, it's nerve-wracking.
Don't eat it then, Steve!
Is this like the oldest beef ever eaten? That tastes like bread. That tastes like bread and beef, and there's like little pieces of bone or something. There's something hard. Ew.
Oh, man.
I'm letting it settle on my tongue. I'm not eating that right away.
Steve, why are we doing this? Steve.
Barely any flavor.
Steve, it sounds like a bad time for everyone involved.
It tastes like pulverized beef jerky, old breadcrumbs mixed with cardboard, a little bit of chlorine. That's what it tastes like. And it's leaving a slight film
He's
residue.
too powerful, it's for science?
Sensation.
No, Steve.
That cow was dead over 118 years ago. That's the weirdest thought. It's kind of morbid, sorry. Okay.
That's kind of morbid.
Story.
Stop eating it, Steve!
Collector that has one of these, and then like a couple repros or something. At least one repro. He had like one sitting next to the other, and he was talking about how he found a case with 60 of these remaining. A case of 60 of these. He quote unquote did not have the funds So he said he didn't have the funds for it. And this was, I think he said it was 10, maybe it was 20 years ago. Someone else was asking, is there any way like we could track it down? He's like, nope, there's no way. I'll never be able to find it again. That's disgusting. I'm not eating any more of this dry, except for this little bit that like I went and bit off before.
Excuse me?
118-year-old beef bread.
It's like it's like compulsive. He's like, I'm not gonna eat anymore, except maybe, I don't know, another bite. Steve! I say no guns to your head. You're good, brother.
Is that like meat fiber? Is that fat? Is that cartilage? Is it bread? You know, a grain? I don't really know.
Steve.
But if this is anything like the U.S. Army emergency ration of World War I, then this is some sort of grain in there mixed with beef. And you can see these like little fibers coming off of it.
I did notice
dry,
the fibers.
Like,
I didn't
you
like
take
them.
beef jerky, tear it like down the center, and you see all the little meat fibers. Like I can see tons of those coming off of this. It just tastes like there's so much like bone and cartilage and stuff mixed in. Like it's filled with that.
I feel like he's ruminating
on it.
on it.
Boil it for an hour. Yeah, that's definitely the way to do it. That's what we're gonna do with this here. And then this here, I'm going to save. There are various reviewers and people that are going to want this, and I don't need it all. This literally says eat it dry, or with or without a biscuit, or boil it for an hour. There are no other instructions.
An hour?
So, all right. So it's been a couple days. It's been 2.5 days, and I ate
he's still
a
alive,
couple
thank
bites.
God.
That's what you want to do sometimes. You don't want to.
I thought it was gonna be like, hi, this is Steve's wife. Steve's dead. Thank you. Bye.
100-plus-year-old beef. So I left everything on the set.
I mean, I knew it wasn't gonna be like
Doesn't
that,
smell
but
too
it
bad.
felt
You
like
know
it was
what actually
coming.
reminds me of the smell of fish food. Take this to the
Needing
side.
to boil a
We're
food
going to
item
be
for an hour is
boiling
like the
this
food equivalent
for
of an
hour.
exorcism.
And it's good to know you can eat it dry and not get sick. All right, here we go. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set this.
How much of it is he
here.
gonna boil?
This is the Cooking with Steve 1989 show. We're going to be cooking 118-year-old dried beef from the Boer War.
Oh, come on in.
All right. It's the only thing I have here. Paper towel. Oh yeah. Look at that. Oop.
Oh, he put
There we
so
go.
much in there. Oh no. Why is this worse for me?
Instantly has a
Oh, this is so
kinda
much
stale
worse for
smell.
some reason.
That's
I think it's because there's so much water.
if you ever gone to a food truck and they have hamburger and the hamburger isn't pure beef, there's like flour mixed in with it. That's what this kind of smells like, but then also stale. Ooh, yeah, and with no
Find yourself a
seasoning.
partner who will look at you and
We're
say,
going to
oh yeah, like
put this
Steve does
back
when he
on.
looks at a boiling MRE.
Like every 10 to 20 minutes, I'll take the lid off and we'll check it out. All right, so I've been boiling it for only 7 minutes so far. Oof, yeah, that's just, there's a smell. It tells you whatever this is, it's not appetizing. It's been boiling for exactly 15 minutes. Oh man, I stepped out of the room for, I guess, like 10, 15 minutes. It smells awful in here.
Wow.
So about 30 minutes.
This smells so bad.
Oh, it just wafts this like foul beef smell. All right, so it's been about 40 minutes.
And you
can
ate
see
that
how it's
dry, dude.
rendering down there. Oh, it just smells awful.
He must have
Oh,
a
it's
crazy stomach.
That's good. Oh, really? Oh, just poking it around. It just keeps making me like wheeze. That's the only way I can put it. Here,
Oh,
let's get a better look at this
Steve!
while I'm scraping it about. I'm glad it didn't burn like scores
Steve,
onto the
please. Stop.
Look at that.
No,
Oh.
no, I don't want to. No, don't jiggle it, Steve!
Like, listen, it's not normal if it can make me wheeze like that. I mean, imagine how grateful you'd be. Your officer says, all right, bust out your emergency ration. And guys are sitting around making hot cocoa and then variations of stuff like this. So there you go. You can make a porridge of sorts. Ugh, man. You know, this is, this kind of reminds me of, like, that F-grade beef. It's, like, steaming hot. I'm gonna try. Here. Let's, like, get a little bit.
No, just stop jiggling it, dude. Steve, I'm begging you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's get a little bite. Hold on.
Steve, no. No. No.
That's kind of lacking in flavor.
Oh, really, baby, is it? I'm sorry.
I'm like kind of just getting a small amount. So it just tastes like a...
I can't look at it anymore.
That's weird. It kind of tastes like beef mixed with refried beans. Actually, it kind of reminds me of. But
I
then, like,
hate that. Stop.
Whoops. What's that? You know?
Don't ask.
That's
Steve,
fat or
just
something.
stop eating it.
Biting down on that, and it's just, I don't know what that is. Yeah, it definitely smells like foul meat, you know? There we go. Well, if you were a soldier during the Boer War and you're starving and you're in South Africa and all you have is this and some hot cocoa, sorry, but literally my heart is pounding because I know this is so abnormal and just probably not safe, especially from the way it smells. It can't possibly. 2 bites before was one thing. I thought cooking it would be okay.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve. I know this video is 7 years old, but hey, come here, buddy. Hey, you don't have to do it for the content, brother. You really don't. We could skip that. We don't have to continue to eat this. You've already said how much you hate how it smells. You do not have to do this for the content, okay? And if anybody is out there watching, you don't gotta do it for the content, baby. I know we say that sometimes. We have a good time saying do it for the content, do it for the vine. But you don't gotta. Listen, you really don't gotta. Steve, put it down. Steve, no, please tell me he doesn't eat more. No, I need him to not eat more of this. You think he does it for the kicks?
This doesn't smell like that great at all.
No, that was a big bite! Oh.
It's like a meat grain porridge. Probably fry this in little patties. I keep going for these little wimpy bites, thinking like by taking smaller bites it's gonna be safer or something. Might as well just go for it.
No! Steve!
Oh, that is just...
Steve!
What am I doing? There's just all this fat and cartilage.
What am I doing? I don't know, Steve!
Or something in there. It's metallic. It's foul. It's old. 118-year-old foul meat. And I think I'm going to stop at this because it's... Oh, there's that white piece from before. What is that? It's just like old cow vein.
I love him undisassociating and being like, what am I doing?
What am I doing?
No, not again!
Meat paste. You know what? You could do a lot with this. Seems fairly versatile.
This is literally, I swear, This is what it, to me, this is what it feels like to have ADHD. You're doing something you know you shouldn't, and you keep asking yourself, why am I doing it, right before you keep doing that thing. And, like, good God. So, man.
Mess cup or whatever it is you're cooking in, maybe like 4 or 5 guys, you know, throw a portion of their meat part into a pot. Who knows how they did it? Might as well just finish this last bit.
Might as well?
Wow. Tastes like coarse ground liver.
I desperately want to know what's going through his head right now. Oh.
Cartilage. And I don't really know what. Okay, so it's been 2 more days.
Oh, thank goodness.
And,
he gave us an update.
This has been the strangest review. I mean, really, what can you do with that old beef? My theory to this is this ration
You cannot eat it.
could have easily fed 10 men. Literally, some really watered down cocoa
okay.
and like just a thin porridge. In a serious survival situation for a group of guys, something like this actually could stretch out much further than just for one man for 36 hours. And my guess is those soldiers back then, there was a very good chance these things were lasting them for much longer than 36 hours. I'm not going to make a tea.
What do the comments say?
I can't ever smell that.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, my
that
browser.
stuff heated up ever again. I can't ever
Decided
eat
to
any more of
die.
it. I'm going to freeze this. I'm going to keep this inside of the tin. Close it back up. Solder it. I felt a little bit sluggish after eating it. I didn't even get the sweats or anything. There's probably all sorts of different animal byproduct in this. You name it, it's probably in this. And that's why it smelled so bad. It's just cheap meat. I'm going to save this, and most of it will probably be given away to other reviewers. Maybe a scientific analysis, maybe somebody else that can take it and recreate it for some...
Okay, Steve, I can't listen to you talk about this anymore. You ate something older than the Titanic? He ate this and was completely fine, but a 2-year-old Chinese MRE nearly took him out. Mind-boggling. That beef actually looks pretty good. No, Steve, it doesn't look good at all! Imagine eating a cow who said his last moo in the 19th century. Can I get some 07s for the cow in chat? The fact he ate the ration without the order of an officer boggles my mind. This man is bold. I love that he had to keep asking himself multiple times what he was doing as he was compelled to finish eating 120-year-old meat paste. Absolute legend. He literally ate something older than the state he lives in. Oof. Eats 118-year-old beef. It's lacking in flavor. Casually apologizes because he isn't eating inedible food that could possibly kill him. Steve might be the last victim of the Boer War. Dillo getting taken off stage. That was a great video. I hated it so much. Okay, we're gonna watch him eat a good one now. I believe that the pizza pepperoni one is this one, yeah. Sorry to anyone who has eaten MREs, and this looks way too much like the ones you have eaten.
And here it is. Considered the holy grail of all MREs. Menu 23, pepperoni pizza slice. Let's check this out. Real quick, there's a lot code at the bottom. 8045, the 45th day of 2018. Has an inner wrapper as well. Alright, so right off the bat, got a hot beverage bag, flameless ration heater, MRE spoon, Chocolate protein drink powder. Oh, look at that. 12 grams of protein, 36 grams of sugar. Italian breadsticks, trans fat free.
Can you just
Got our standard accessory packet.
not be in the military if you can't eat
Cheese
dairy?
spread with jalapenos. Nice. That's like gold.
That should be a month of May goal. May does an MRE review. I don't know if you guys would ever watch me do that. That seems crazy. Plus, none of them are dairy
Oatmeal
free.
cookie. Also trans
Oh,
fat
never
free.
mind. You would? Of course we
Pepperoni
would.
pizza
Oh
with
god.
cheese and sauce.
Okay. Hold on. We're breaking. We're breaking. May eats a dairy-free MRE. Okay, it's added to the list.
It's a pretty long list
It's
of
gonna be
ingredients.
stupid high up there.
Yeah, with 30 years of development, Natick Food Labs has corrected the issues with shelf stability. Early versions like this one, I'm going to show you. That one had moisture, oxygen, and pH issues that would make the pizza mold, get moldy before the 3-year inspection. Cardboard sleeve for the last item. Cherry blueberry cobbler.
Whoa.
Then the accessory packet. It's salt, a moist towelette, sugar, coffee instant type 2, spray dried.
That
They
looks
brought it
exactly
back.
like the
I'm sure
old
that's
one.
gonna be much better than coffee instant type 3. Creamer, chewing gum, that same old roll of toilet paper, and matches. Now that's a serious layout of food. All right, so let's get this out onto a tray.
Wow,
Nice.
Marlboro
Okay, so
doesn't
we're gonna
sponsor
first
these
start
anymore? That's crazy.
with this pizza. Okay, let's see if we can get this in there too. These FRHs
Got
don't
it.
have a lot of space, so it's a tight fit. This is not going to fit in there as well. So let's try out the cherry blueberry cobbler. Yeah, this cobbler will be great heated up anyway. Oh yeah, this is what's supposed to go in with it.
How do you...
Perfect fit. Nice and snug.
Wait, he's gonna heat it up in that thing? Oh,
That's
you heat it
definitely
up
doing
with
its thing
boiling
already.
water. That makes so much more sense. I was like, what's going on? Oh. Oh, this is fascinating.
Let's check out this oatmeal cookie.
That's so cool. There's just a straight up cookie?
Ah, it smells rich.
Okay, wait,
Cinnamon
wait, wait.
and like
How many calories are in this whole thing? How many calories are in a pepperoni pizza in Mari? Wow, I can just buy these. They're $15? That's crazy. From epidemicproof.com. That's absolutely crazy. 13% protein, 36% fat, and 51% carbohydrates. But I guess they're not doing a lot of really intense 4K? Wow. That makes sense. I mean, that's a really, really high fat ratio, but I guess that makes sense. Is it MRE pepperoni pizza? There are 280 calories in one slice of MRE pepperoni pizza. I don't think that's correct, brother. I guess I have to, like, look at the package. Can I see the... I mean, all the calories are, like, calculated separately, it looks like. Is there not a count? Some French ones have caviar. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I'm not like, oh man, that seems like a bad ratio. I was just surprised. I thought it was interesting, but it makes total sense to me. You need tons of fuel. especially stuff for that just regular hiking through areas with really big packs. Is it so hard to find out how many? How about how many calories are in an MRE? My brain wants to say in an MRI. How many calories did GIs actually consume from MRE components? MREs are almost exclusively eaten during training exercises or contingency operations. You burn a ton of calories humping 60 to 80. Well, yeah. You eat everything in the bag or die trying. They aren't that filling. Okay, but no. No one's answered the question. Typical Reddit. The average calories in US MRE is 1250. That's not a lot. Ah. Wait, in my experience, everyone just rat fucks them? What? And keeps what they want. I've gone through rat boxes and found a lot of beverage powder and shake packets as well as condiments like barbecue sauce. Is that what you were talking about earlier where you said like everybody just kind of throws their stuff together? Not only logistically irreplaceable, it's made so that the soldier is reminded of home when eating. Hence, often items like are stuffed like candy added in. American rations had M&Ms and Snickers in them for some time because of that. Me taking all the drink mixes to make a mega drink. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. The thing is, like, that sounds like a low ball calorie wise, because this person's correct. Like, you're not. I don't know if you're going to be burning 8 to 10,000 calories per day, but you're at least burning like 5 to 6. But I don't know how long you're hiking for, so maybe it could be 8 to 10. Maybe I should just start rucking to burn 8 to 10,000 calories a day. Here we go. Meticulously designed. 12 to 1,500 calories. I mean, if you're eating that for one meal, that's great. Main course, 6 to 900 calories. High calorie filling dishes like pasta or stew. Side dish, dessert, snack, and beverage. Huh. Because I'm just thinking, you guys were like, oh yeah, you're carrying around a big pack. Okay, so... Wow. That's crazy. You know, that makes me... Okay, hold on. You guys are... I'm following a thread in my brain right now. I'm sure there are people who do this already, but like I'm thinking about these are expensive as heck. Like hiking things. I'm not gonna eat the 118-year-old beef. Like here's a 5-day meal kit, 20 servings, $80. It might taste a lot better than an MRE though. That might be what you're paying for, but calorie-wise, this is like $660. And if you're like backpacking, you're also running around with like a 60 to 80 pound pack on your back. I don't know. I like, do you guys watch those, the problem is this is not a week's worth of food if you're hiking. It just really isn't. This is, I guess, like, okay. That's two servings. You gotta supplement so much during the day too. Maybe it is really good. It is also very heavy. There's cheap ones on the Epic Center. I'm looking at REI. This is like where most people buy it. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I'm not doing my math correctly. Plus, these are really hard to get. Like, dairy-free and shit. Maybe I'm just a hater. I could be so wrong. What is the Epic Center? What? You got your lifting shoes? Oh. I could be like so wrong. You know what? I actually don't think I know enough. And I take back my statement. That's probably more than enough food. You kind of hate them? If you ever want to get new lifting shoes, this is what you should get. Check out Vivo. Love Vivo. They make barefoot shoes. I have their hiking shoes. I've used their hiking shoes for years and years and years. I also have their running shoes. My running shoes, well, they're not running shoes. I use them as lifting shoes. They're too big on me, but they work great. They're expensive as all get out, but they will last you so many years, especially the hiking boots. And they're completely barefoot, really incredible. You can choose like 3 to 5 millimeters, whatever feels good for you. Yeah, I mean, you can get an idea of how expensive they are from spend $250, save $50. But the shoes actually look good for barefoot shoes too. I can't do a rigid hiking boot. Yeah, I ran one of their older models into the ground over like 2 years hiking. Yeah, I mean they're just really good shoes in my opinion. I've had this section up. Well, you can't see where I'm pointing. I've had like this section come up a little bit on one of the shoes, but like it's not a big deal. I mean, it's just like some shoe glue. I could glue it back on. Anyway, I take back what I said about the hiking stuff.
A little bit of nutmeg. Really smells like a donut.
They're great. I love barefoot shoes. I've used them for so many years. Hiking in them is just the best. You get a lot of ankle strength and foot strength.
I can't believe they brought coffee in some Type 2 spray dried back. That smells almost identical to the old spray dried. Not quite as much of a powder. I'm gonna leave the creamer and sugar out.
Can't ever tell if the water he uses is hot.
Yeah, it is. Chocolate protein
Tink is good.
drink powder. It calls for 8 ounces.
Feels like a protein shake.
Rich of chocolate and very sweet.
I wonder if it has like some like powdered milk in it. Probably some powdered whey. Oh, whoa! That's way redder than I thought it'd be. Okay, real question. Obviously, so you guys are not, for those of you who have had these in your time in the military, you aren't eating them on trays, are you? Or you're just like raw dogging them out of the packets, right? No? No to what? No, you're not raw dogging them out of the packets, or no, you're not using a little tray? I need to know.
Shake this up a little bit. You can use this as the rock or something.
Slurp that shit out of the packet.
It still has a few more minutes.
Find a nice rock to lean it on and
Italian
pray.
breadsticks and jalapeno cheese spread. That seems like a nice combo.
Okay. Honestly, kind of making me hungry.
Wow, I smell basil.
What
and
else are you
oregano,
gonna use the
like,
helmet for?
Right off the bat. Look at those. So they're scored to where you get 4 breadsticks.
It does look like a little school lunch. I understand the like using it as a morale thing because it looks like a little school lunch, you know.
It's a perfect allotment of
The American
cheese
school
spread for
system is an arm of
3
the
of the 4
military-industrial complex.
That's great. We
I
can
won't be
try
taking
one
any
on
questions,
its
thank
own.
you.
Oh yeah, it had a little bit left. Jalapeno cheese spread. It blows bacon cheese spread and standard plain cheese spread right out of the water. So much flavor. So let's check out this coffee instant type 2. Wow. This is near perfect coffee. That is
Near
a robust,
perfect.
lightly acidic, next to no bitterness, no sugar or creamer required instant Joe. You
Great.
can't go wrong. I think it'd be perfect with this cookie. I mean, having dessert first, no rules against that.
So he is just pouring straight room temp water into that. Like that's not hot water, correct? Oh,
That has a fair amount of shortening. It's not overly sweet. Little bits of roughage with
it's
the
hot?
oats.
Oh, okay.
It's a very crunchy cookie with a fair amount of cinnamon and nutmeg.
It's supposed to be hot.
When you're
All right.
waiting for your cobbler and pizza to heat up, this is the perfect thing to do. You just have your coffee and your cookie. This is a decadent combination, truly.
Decadent combination.
Followed up with a sip of this chocolate protein drink. Oh wow, that is an overpowering, slight chemical flavor with
Yeah.
a chocolatey cheapness overtone. That's the only way I can put it.
Listen,
That
brother,
doesn't
that's
taste
how all
very
protein
normal.
shakes
Nice, let's check out this
taste.
Italian breadstick. One without cheese first. There's a light sweetness to that. It's very soft. It almost seems malleable, kind of doughy.
Oh.
Could you roll
Yeah.
this into a ball? Yeah, you practically can. Look at that. It has like the texture of sliced white bread. Light flavor of onion, oregano, and again, basil. It's a really nice imitation breadstick. It's the closest that you're going to get to one in a ration. Wow. This is
Very
genius.
cheap, tastes like home.
With the jalapeno cheese spread, I feel like my head's going to explode. This is so much flavor. The jalapeno, it's a little bit
His
spicy.
head's gonna explode.
With that creamy, artificial cheese. I could eat these so fast. This requires very little effort to chew. You don't have to put the cheese right on. You could have the cheese in one hand, squeezed out, and eat the cheese with each bite of this. If you're on the go, it wouldn't be too difficult to do.
Because you're just
I think this is
scarfing them
ready.
down, I assume.
Oh yeah, that's nice and hot. Wow. A perfect flameless ration heater.
Yeah, of course he's reviewing, you know?
Here's the pizza. 30 years in the making.
Oh, comes pre-assembled.
Oh, that smells like some freshly heated up frozen pizza. Look at that. Got the fresh pack. Look at that pepperoni. Some chunks and then some flat slices up there.
Boink.
And the cobbler. Wow, that was definitely the thing to do, heating it up. Look at that. A
Oh, that
sweet and
cobbler
inviting
actually looks
smell
so
of
good.
Primarily cherry.
Okay, but like... Let's see... Let me see if I can find it. Oh, you can... This is so funny. This is... Oh, God. Why is this the funniest image I've ever seen in my life? No, not the skating rink. background and it says we now accept EB benefits. Why is this sending me? Why is this sending me? I don't even know why this is so funny. It doesn't, like, I can't rationally explain the humor of this, but it's really good. Oh, that's so high quality. It's like, it feels like something you'd see in Cyberpunk. That's incredible. Oh. Anyway, here's a school pizza and pepperoni and cheese. I mean, like, that's kind of the same. Exact same. It's food stamps. Yeah. So, yeah. EBT is food stamps.
Here's the grand finale.
He looks like Malcolm from
Wow.
Prodigal Son.
This is better than some frozen pizza out there.
He does have a lot of really good shirts.
Oops, cheese went in the cobbler. Speaking of the cheese, this is a special mozzarella put in an FRH and it can't melt. You put it in the microwave or the oven, it'll burn before it melts. Little pieces of pepperoni.
Special mozzarella.
Has a great texture.
You might be in love with Steve!
Can't tell if it's pork or beef.
Min will see this and say, hell yeah.
Nice little savory, not overly dry pieces of pepperoni. In 2017, there were still issues with this pizza, and they shelved the project. They would take the pizza and they'd put it in this hot box that was 100 degrees Fahrenheit for 6 months. It was a perfect replication of how the pizza would look in 3 years. And the pizza turned brown. It didn't affect it nutritionally, it's just government didn't want to give soldiers brown pizzas. This is supposed to boost morale, not decrease it. You know, a soldier doesn't want to open up MRE pizza. It's a highly anticipated item. You know, soldiers were asking for it since the birth of the MRE back in 1981. It's pretty much folklore. You know, they just couldn't pull it off. So the last thing the government wanted to do was give them brown pizza. Even though it tasted fine and it had, you know, full nutritional value, that oxidation was visually unappealing. The bread, the sauce, the cheese, and that pepperoni together, not getting moldy, that's amazing. And check out this cobbler. Oh yeah. This is
I feel like
perfect.
he's telling me
heated
about
up.
analog
There's
work.
like dough mixed in with it, and it's not mushy. There are pieces of cherry and blueberry. The fruit
That
isn't
I would
mushy.
smash that, dude.
That dough that's mixed in with it, that actually is one of the best desserts in a ration. So this MRE had 2 desserts, the oatmeal cookie and this cobbler. The cobbler's not overly sweet. I just hit a little crunch of something. That was nice. Wow. Yeah, it's like a dough or crust that's mixed in with it, or like an imitation type crust. It's a shortening flavor. Hey, I think those are little nuts in there. Maybe little chunks of pecan, pecan, same thing. Depends on where you're from. This is a menu guys are going to be fighting over, trying to get, trading probably 2 regular other menus for one of these things. I can see it now.
I can see it now.
I just thought of something. Here, take that jalapeno cheese spread.
Oh,
put it on.
He's
this
innovating.
Pizza. Oh man, that was perfect right there. That was the way to go. Next time I get one of these MRE pizzas, I'm gonna take the cheese spread and put it on the pizza. or at least half of it. Save the other half for those breadsticks. None of this is thirst provoking because I totally forgot about this. I didn't even need a drink, but gotta get your protein. This ration, this is seriously one of the best MREs ever made. And you know why? All the components are great. You're gonna want to eat them all, and that's what the MRE is all about. You have to consume every component to get your nutrition. But if you don't have those components, you're missing out. So you have to eat the whole MRE. Menu 23, incredible. This pizza was worth the wait, and it's finally happened. It's no longer a rumor. Clean the old palate with some MRE gum.
Chiclets.
That gum, it's a lot better when it's fresh. That's pretty good right there. A strong peppermint, but not too strong. The gum base itself is a little bit firm. When you chew into it, it's kind of tough. So this was the newest MRE, Menu 23 Pepperoni Pizza Slice. I want to thank Mike and his family and Chappie from BattleBox for making this happen. Also want to give a shout out to Chris, the staff, and the kids at Camp Barnabas. It's a special needs camp that helps people out with all kinds of disabilities. And Chris hit me up. He asked me if I could give Camp Barnabas a shout out. Those are amazing people. But again, thanks to Mike and his family for making this one happen. This was an amazing experience. I'm glad I could share this with everybody. This is Steve 1989. I hope you liked the video. And I'll be coming back at you with something new. Or old. Alright, cool. See ya.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks. It was another great video, Steve. I really appreciated it. Your photos were a little blurry there at the end, but that's okay. That was so good, Steve. It was so great. It was really... Thanks, Steve. Oh, incredible. Oh. I loved that. Oh, is this the one that he got food poisoning from? Oof. I don't know how many of these videos I should watch. This actually might be a good place to end because we've been going for 5 hours now. Wow. Okay. That one is diabolical. I could see that. Yeah. Markiplier also tried some MREs. Okay. I think this would be a good place to end for today. Because I'm very tired. And, I have to now edit a bunch of videos. I'm gonna try to keep reacts to once a week, but, I don't know, I was kind of in the mood for them, which isn't normal. You know, normally I'm not in the mood for reacts. We'll have to watch Sam O'Nella, sometime soon. And, yeah. I don't know, it's nice to learn. Let's find somebody to write. Let's write Maven. Who's, is she collabing? Collabing.
What about
Oh. Let's see. People know what they get when the whatever makes the ADHD go burr. Yeah, I hope they do. Let's raid Maven. Actually, let's raid Froggy. Let's raid Froggy. Froggy has on a great hat right now. We're gonna raid Froggy, who got partner. Holy shit! I don't know if Froggy had partner before. Let's go. Yeah, I'll see you guys. Okay, so just a heads up. Tomorrow, I'm dropping my face reveal, like, compiled video. If you have any hype points on YouTube to use, I would really, really appreciate it. Please go watch it and like it. Comment on it. Say how much I mogged you and looks maxed you and flexed on you, okay? That's coming out tomorrow, and there's a big announcement in the video, which is super exciting. So, thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. I had so much fun. I'm dropping it at 12 p.m. CST. So, yeah, keep an eye out for it. I'm gonna tag everybody tomorrow. You're all gonna get tagged, so just get used to it. But go get Froggy lots of love for me, and I'll see you guys later. Bye!